Hello there. I am Sir Yetimet, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. On our last exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the roguish Halfling, and Dallen the Gunslinging sorcerer Dragonborn were on a quest to deliver the mysterious treasure from Port La Montaigne to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. Along their trip, they got trapped in a mysterious land that has become known as Irae Draconis, a desert land which was once believed to have been a Fey wood. Now, amongst the blinding sand and the hot, scorching sun, our party has been traveling through. After having gone into the nearby city of Irae Draconis, our party has come up with some complications as they have had an altercation with one of the Anarian patrols. Fearing that their trip would be delayed as they may be captured, the party has been avoiding further Anarian patrols and has taken up somewhat refuge with the mysterious Circle of the Sands, whom are directly opposed to Lord Thanatos, the ruler of Irae Draconis and Irae Draconis. Upon speaking with the Circle of the Sands leader, Rahnos, the party decided that for the time being they would not pick sides as to whether they would join Lord Thanatos or Rahnos on which side they should join, but they did indicate that they definitely needed to side with one. But they needed to gather more information first. Departing from their underground bunker, the party left the Circle of the Sands in search of the river, which was southwest of the location, as they attempted to head towards the mountains to see if they could find a way around the large desert and further Anarian patrols to safely get the treasure back to Lancaster. Along the way, the party discovered a black obelisk in the distance. Upon investigating it, they figured out that it contained some celestial writing on it, indicating that for those who find themselves worthy, they can partake in a challenge in order to earn a magical weapon. Talos, feeling righteous, decided to partake of this challenge and placed his hand on the obelisk, unleashing 3 wind sand elementals upon them. After a fierce fight, the party became victorious, taking some decent damage, but as they caught their breath, healed up, the obelisk glowed with a bright light, bright as the sun, as the light then expelled from the obelisk and landed next to the party. As the light died down, it revealed a form with wings and a humanoid body, the wings flapping outward as the party came face to face with that Deva. Shock and awe of the presence of this angelic being, this Deva congratulated the party on making it through the first test. But for their final test to see if they were worthy, he challenged them to honorable combat. Then, fluttering his wings and flying back several feet, landing in the sand, the Deva took out his golden mace, landed on the ground, and then with his other hand, beckoned the party forward. Will our party survive this encounter with an angelic being? What will happen next? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, of course, let us go and meet with our players, see how they've been for the last couple weeks. Engage in some small talk, why don't we?
one of my friends was trying to get me to join his campaign, but like just time-wise, barely have enough time to do own stuff at home when I get off work.
Yeah, that's understandable. One quick question though: Are you free next Saturday?
Oh nope.
Damn. Okay.
Sadly.
Trying to see if I can get enough players to do my next one shot.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good, man. That's understandable. Like you have life things you gotta do.
Yeah, like for me, like I get home Saturday morning around 7:40, 8 o'clock. I sleep till around noon. Get up and I have to do stuff.
Yeah.
I know that.
My body hasn't fully acclimated to the whole schedule yet, so whenever I get home, I just immediately knock out.
Yeah, it's like working the third shift jobs can be a little.
Hi.
Hello, Tim. How you doing, man?
Doing all right. How about you guys?
Doing good. A little sleepy.
I can tell. I can hear in your
Extremely
voice.
exhausted. I worked 6 days in a row, and half of that week, the car wash channel has been down, and we had to deal with a lot of angry customers.
Oof. That's rough.
Yeah.
Well, at least it sounds like it's back up now, at least.
I don't know yet.
Oh.
When I left, it was still down.
Oof. Big oof.
Yeah.
That's not terribly ideal, but hopefully that'll be all good to go soon.
Yep. And today we face off against what was it called again?
A diva.
I think it's just a celestial.
Diva.
Specifically a diva. Tally, because you recognized it with your religious check as a diva.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like Talos is excited. Like he sees this as a great honor for all of the party. Though I'm pretty sure the rest of the party's like, come on.
Oh no, Dallen's ecstatic. You guys have a good fight.
Yeah, I think only me and you were at full health. Everyone else is like, has a lot. I think we've all
take
been
any
knocked in.
damage. You took a big, the biggest potion and healed all the way. Milo took some.
I chugged it.
Milo took a little bit of damage from the sand elemental and didn't have a chance to heal. And Dain, he took some pretty good hits, but he dumped all of his healing onto his body to counteract the effects. So.
Yeah, me, I'm like that. I'm just putting in my head when you said chug the biggest bottle. The first thing I think is like a freaking pitcher-sized bottle of healing, just tearing off the cork with my teeth and just like freaking chugging it like the weird scene from the Kool-Aid Man. Like,
Oh no, I pictured you just eating the whole entire glass with it.
Oh god, no! There's a guy on YouTube that he makes it's supposed to be like online role-playing game things, and it's supposed to like when you're getting through the inventory and you just have to eat half your inventory like Skyrim. But everyone all the characters can see you doing it though, so it's all like they're all like disturbed. It's like why is it? It's like
hella crazy. Like why the fuck? Why? How are you doing that?
Yeah, he had another one with the potion bottles. It's like he's like, give me a sec. I gotta take care of to go through my inventory. And he sees all these empty bottles. He's like, dude, why do you have so many bottles? I'm like, well, he's like, what do you mean? He's like, he takes out he gets hit, but the guy he's talking to gets hit with an arrow, takes the potion bottle and just starts eating it, glass and all. And he's like, what are you doing? And it's both doing damage and healing him, so it kind of like negates itself.
Yeah. I've
He's like, yeah, they're not. The healing bottles aren't working. The healing potions aren't working. You're not supposed to eat the glass.
I don't know if you remember seeing that, Tim, but I was trying to see if I can set up the one shot for next Saturday.
I did.
Yeah. Trying to see if I think you're gonna be free or think you're not.
Hard to say, because my wife and I will be taking a camping trip from Thursday, and then we'll be coming back Saturday morning. She's got a thing at like 11 to 2 or 3 or something, so there's a chance. So I might be able to do it. I might not be able to do it. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah. Trying to see like who can. If enough people say no, then I'm probably gonna try and push it back to another date.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can have me down as a maybe. That's a hard maybe.
Gotcha. There might be a chance that Justin might do it too, so get to see like how he plays as a player.
He definitely needs it. It's been a hot minute since we've had him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which are you going camping at one of the sites over like in the state parks or?
Yeah, there's a place kind of close to St. Louis that, like an hour or so away from St. Louis that we took a look at and we're like, yeah, that looks like it'd be pretty good.
I know my family, we're trying to plan something for probably after the holidays to maybe go out to Yellowstone.
Well, my dad was complaining about that show.
Yeah, well, we're wanting to. We're wanting to go to the national park out there. Granted, there's only a certain section of the park that people are allowed to go to at the moment right now. Combination of activity, as well as they had another grizzly attack. Granted, they explain when you read after you actually read not just the title. Yeah, this idiot decided to go saw baby bears, walk over and try picking one up.
Oh, great.
What the fuck? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why?
If you've never been to Yellowstone, you would have seen lots of things like this. There are people that constantly get their cars bashed in by bison. I've seen some get flung up in the air by the bison. I saw there was a crowd of about 20 people with their cameras out next to the side of the road as a baby black bear was eating food off of a branch, and they were all within like 15 to 20 feet away.
Yeah, and the mama bear's like, get the fuck back.
Yeah.
And of course, and they had, I know they had, recently, they had, it was still in the park, but like they had like, apparently people thought it was a dog and they're playing with it. Nope, it's a lone timber wolf.
Mm-hmm.
It was, they came, the rangers came and it had one of the reason they thought it was a dog because it had a collar on it. It's one of the ones that they have collared, but it's apparently one of the ones that was recently kicked out of its pack. And it was just having a blast. It was like just.
I mean, yeah.
But it's one that was already. This one apparently was in a relocation center for a while, so it's used to humans. So they're trying. So they had to take it and put it somewhere else. But
yeah.
But of course, the funny thing is the people that were playing with it. Funny thing is, the people that were playing with it were all not Americans. Surprisingly, they were ones from thought it was a dog. All the Americans that were in that area were like, "No, that's not a dog.
That's a wolf." It makes sense.
I know Alaska had a local wolf that would come around and play with the dogs. Like it actually became like a city.
They had a polar bear that would come around and play with freaking.
I think so, yeah.
They had a freaking polar bear that would come around and play with the huskies and stuff, and it would literally legitimately be playing with the huskies. It would sleep with them. Granted, it would when people would show up, it would leave. Luckily,
so I'll be careful with that type of thing.
Yeah, because the thing is, I'm like this. Out of all the animals in the world, the one animal I will not take any kind of smoke with is a polar bear, because the moment you see a polar bear, you don't know how long it's been tracking you. It could have been tracking you and hunting you for miles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and unlike other bears, it's fully carnivorous. It only eats meat.
Yep. And if it's chasing you, there's only a few ways to get away. Because shooting it's just gonna make it mad. You can either one of the ways to get it to distract it is to literally, as you're running, throw individual pieces of clothing every so many yards as you run, and it will stop to investigate them.
And it's smelly.
Oh fuck! Damn it! Sorry, I'm playing a Remnant 2 right now until we actually start playing. I'm in a boss fight.
Yeah.
Just threw my my flask at the boss by accident when I should be throwing it on the ground.
Yeah, I got I was playing the One Piece game on my phone, and I actually got one of the very rare 5th gear draw.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Let me see. I post a picture of it real quick. I'll put it in shit posts.
Where is Dain at? I've messaged him a few times.
It's like, Dane, get in here. He's like, I don't want to fight a Deva. I know I'm a paladin, but they seem like they'd get us. I'm jealous though. I'm mad that that I don't get to play a freaking Baldur's Gate 3 not till September.
Oof. Yeah, I've been seeing some
Yeah.
stuff about it. It looks pretty good.
My buddy's been playing it. He has 2 different character accounts. One is the one that he's playing as his D&D one, and then he's playing as the Dark Urge. And the Dark Urge is interesting to say the least. There's a lot of moments where it doesn't give you the depending if you have to certain options with that to do things because of the urge that that character has just to kill. You sometimes have to roll for a saving throw to not give into it. And he got to the scene with the squirrel where it's one of the original trailers where it bites your leg and you have to decide whether just to try to talk to it, scare it off or whatever. He failed. He rolled a nat 1 after it bit him, and he kicked it as hard as he could, and it splattered into pieces against the tree.
Oof.
God, Jesus Christ.
He was so happy he was quick saved beforehand because the reaction from the party was just like,
Oh,
the hell, dude.
what did you do that for?
And then he
Look at the
got
squirrel.
he made a what he calls his trash character account where he just randomly tries things just to see what will happen. Apparently, while if you find bodies around that still have mind flayer tadpoles in them, you can choose to absorb them. Because your character already has one in his head. That's the whole point of this whole thing of trying to get it out. But if you absorb it, it pops up a new skill tree and abilities. And when you look at it, you realize that's not a skill tree. That's your freaking brain. And the more you do it, the more your brain becomes possessed by the freaking worm.
Sounds about right.
Which I'm like, some of the missions that he told me, the way there's different ways, different little story missions where you have to go to try to get the freaking thing out of your head. And one of them, it's supposed to be a quote church, but then when you actually find out, it's like a freaking BDSM kind of thing.
Oof.
Oh God.
One of the characters, he asked, as your characters supposed to be getting hit, they're trying to beat the creature out of you. It's like, do you think would you have joined up if you found out they were going to be doing something like this? He's like, the elf vampire. Well, I had hoped, but I wasn't going to assume. And so her head just snaps over him. What the? Though it's funny, all the companions. There's another companion you can get, which pretty much everyone's gonna try to freaking romance. It's the I can't tell if she's I think she's a tiefling of some kind, but she has demonic powers. No, she has she's red. She has a broken horn. She has this the hell furnace in her chest, where if she gets too she's trying to find a way to be able to control it better, because if she gets too emotional or too excited, it starts to heat up. Her whole body heats up to the point where she could literally set things on fire by accident. But she's the sweetest. It's 1 minute she's chopping people up, and the next minute she's going full oh my gosh, you're so adorable.
One of those type of characters.
Yeah, and all the other characters and the NPCs, when you talk to them, they pretty much straight up like her. One of them, she it's you like her, don't you? It's like she's really strong. She's she could carry me over her shoulder, only if she needs to. And and a couple other ones. And of course, the Githyanki, the Githyanki are interesting. They don't really have a filter. They tell you how it is, and like,
God damn it! Oh, I got him! My dog killed him.
oh, and now they just they showed a thing where somebody found the secret dog companion.
Oh yeah, hell yeah!
It's so sad though, the way you have to find them. You have to follow. You hear whimpering, and you have to find it. And you find a guy who's been killed, and his dog is next to him, and you have to communicate with the dog. And his dog is named Scratch, and he's like, I have to stay here with my friend. He might wake up. That guy ain't waking up.
Nabi, that man
Yes,
dead.
stay
Come hang out
out
with me
his
now.
way.
Yep, you can get that. You can get a. You can free a intellect devourer and befriend it.
I've seen that before.
Isn't that
You
like
can also
evil?
get a. You can also get a friendly baby owl bear.
Hey, that's cool. But you're not wrong, Dallen. Mind intellect devourers are, depending on who you are terrifying. They're basically
It's a brain with legs.
They're basically the pets of mind flayers, and they're usually made through magical means. And it's well, let's just say they are. I'll read you the most notorious ability of theirs. Give me a sec. The intellect devourer targets one creature you can see within 10 feet of it that has a brain. The target must succeed a DC 12 intelligence saving throw against this magic or take 11 psychic damage. Also on a failure, roll 3d6. If the total equals or exceeds the target's intelligence score, that score is reduced to 0. The target is stunned until it regains at least 1 point of intelligence. Basically, it kills your brain until you take a long rest or so.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
They are created by taking people's brains and
Also,
doing magic till they swell.
Also, if a person is indeed incapacitated from this, they can then, on their next turn, get within 5 feet of it and have a contest against them, of which, if they win, the intellect devourer magically consumes the target's brain and teleports into their skull to take over the body.
Don't like it. I'm not happy about that.
Like, I don't like
I'm not a fan.
So a lot of people are you can understand why a lot of people would be somewhat terrified of intellect devourers.
Yeah.
Never comes in with
Most
one
people-
intelligence. How
Yeah,
dare
most
you
people either
max
just
that
they
quick.
they either stand there and stay as still as possible and hope that it doesn't sense them, or they smash them on immediate notice. If any of you guys watched the new D&D movie,
I need to.
Yes.
dang, I don't want to spoil. There's a part in it that involves intellect devourers that I don't want to spoil.
I don't doubt it. There's a lot. I've been needing to. My wife has been she put a hold on it at the library. We're just waiting for it to become available.
Hey, the Pogosons come.
Monsieur Dan. Glad to hear your voice, Dain. I was worried something might have happened to you.
No, I appear to have issues recently going to sleep and then eventually waking up.
So it's like, and you were out, and now it's like hard reset.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, so I've had times where I was still asleep, yet I smacked my phone's alarm off and just rolled over, and then woke up, and it's like, oh shit, I slept half the day, or all of the day.
Well, I did it so that I would actually be up for the session. I had my phone with all my alarms next to my head, and I still ended up
Snoozing them.
Yeah. Jolted awake like a few minutes ago. Saw the message. I'm like, oh no! And then just saw all of the like 8 or 9 different alarms. I was like, fuck. Oh well.
It's like, that's not good.
At least it's only 20 minutes and not, 2 hours into the session.
Yeah, we definitely need you're gonna, especially since we're fighting that Deva.
Oh, that was the Deva. I forgot about that.
I used my nuke ability too, just constantly doing attacks in one turn. So that's not good.
Yeah, we haven't officially fought the Deva. We're about to fight her.
How you doing though, Dain? It's been a couple weeks.
Work's been a lot, but yeah, when isn't it a lot?
That is true, that is fair. Alrighty, well, if you all are ready, we could get back into it.
So, is everyone here?
Yes, unfortunately, Milo will not be able to make it, so I'll be taking control over him for the time being.
Yeah, he's hanging out with his dad.
Yeah, he's doing good important stuff.
Yeah.
I communicated with him over the week to see what he would like to do, and so I will attempt to portray him as accurately and best as possible.
A little part of me in my head would see him like seeing the demon. It's like, that's it, I'm out. And tries walking away. Like, I'm done.
The giant flying light bulb is angry with me. I'm gonna walk the other way.
And then you walk in, it's like, why can't I go past this wall? This wall of air, and it's like a wall, like a light shield is around it. It's like, you cannot.
Darn
leave.
invisible barriers. Well,
Dude, let me in. Let me in.
well, if we are ready, then we shall begin.
Yep.
Last time on The Adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen the Gunslinging Sorcerer Dragonborn, were on a quest to deliver the mysterious treasure from Port La Montagne to the capital of Lancaster. Along the way, they found themselves trapped in the high dunes, the scorching sun, and the blinding sands of Irae Draconis, a land that was once believed to have been a Feywood, now a desolate desert. Along the way, they got introduced to the leader of this newly formed desert, Lord Thanatos, who seems to rule with an iron fist. Along the way, they also met an opposing force who were directly opposed to Lord Thanatos' rule. A man known as Rahnos, the leader of the Circle of Sands. The party has determined that both sides won't stop until the other is defeated, and so they felt as if they must participate in some way to help one side or the other, but uncertain of which side they should take, they've remained neutral for the time being. After having a discussion with Lord Rahnos, the party departed from their underground shelter and decided to head towards the mountains to the southwest, past the river, hoping to find a safer passage to get to Lancaster that would avoid a lot of the Anarian patrols. Along the way, the party encountered several different creatures of the desert, such as a worm of some kind. They avoided some patrols, and at long last, the party encountered an obelisk. Dallen was the first to spot it, and so as the party was curious enough, they approached it, only to find that it appeared to be a pure black obelisk made of obsidian. That upon one of the side of it, the eastern side, they discovered celestial writing, which Talos was able to decipher for them. It spoke of a challenge that they would have to take in order to earn a magical weapon. Talos, feeling courageous, placed his hand upon this obelisk and started the challenge. unleashing 3 wind elementals upon them. Mixed with the sand, the wind elementals put up a great fight, harming most of the party, but in the end the party emerged victorious. Then, as the party took a quick breather, healed themselves up to waiting to see what would happen next, the obelisk began to glow in a bright light, bright as the sun, before the light burst forth from it and landed next to the party. As the sunlight dimmed, a form emerged from this light and took the form of an angelic being, humanoid with wings outstretched. Before them, Talos immediately recognized was a Deva, an angelic messenger of the gods. In their heads, all the entire party heard, "You have done well. But there is one more challenge that you must complete before you will have earned this magical weapon." And his wings fluttered out and beat down as he flew backwards several feet, landing in the sand. He then drew out a mace, and with his other hand, beckoned to the party. "Come, face me, and prove yourself worthy." And that is where we left the session last. As we return to the adventures in Dundras.
I'm just hearing freaking Final Fantasy fight music. Dun, 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 dun.
Start hearing Bury the Light.
Oh god.
Alrighty, as we get back into it, before you is the Deva. He stands with his pale skin, his golden hair, and his eyes that seem to both contain a fraction of the sun within them, as he stares at you with a golden mace. As I swap everything over. Bloop. He stands there beckoning to you, waiting for your approach. As we get back to the top of the turn order, which is you, Talos. This is your turn, as the Deva stands waiting and ready for you.
Alright, let's see. Okay. Now this is going to be quite a battle. Let's see. I'm gonna...
Dallen, you're on deck, and then Milo will be after with Dain to follow.
I'm gonna use a...
And Talos, you were still concentrating on... There was a spell you were concentrating on.
Yeah, it was Beacon of Hope, I believe.
And I believe I still have my Cosmic Fury and Searing Smite on my axe right now.
Let's see... Beacon of Hope... Just trying to see how long it lasts.
Wait, is it Beacon of Hope? Or, let me see, one sec.
Well, I don't know if that was it.
No, Crusader, I think it was Crusader's...
Mantle.
Crusader's Mantle, yeah, it's Crusader's Mantle.
That sounds a lot.
It's for 1 more minute, for 1 minute.
Yeah, it was up for 1 minute, and you had it mid-fight last time. You probably have about 3 rounds left of that. And Dain, when did you activate your axe's ability? Was that before or after?
It was at the start of the fight last session.
Start of the fight, so you probably have about 2 more rounds left, I'd say.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to use Cure Wounds on Milo.
You're using your action to cast Cure Wounds.
Yeah, one sec.
Alrighty.
We just pulled that. Man.
You're using just level 1.
Yeah, just level 1.
Alrighty. So
Let's
that
see,
will
like, where-
be...
Should be 1d8 plus 2.
Yes, that would be correct.
Right.
As you're eyeing down this Deva, you look to your side and you see
Oh,
Milo's
you
not
kidding
looking
me?
too great. As you place your hand on his shoulder,
I feel bad. That's terrible.
you place your hand and you heal him up a little bit. He kind of shakes his shoulder a little bit and goes, "Thanks." Not sure how good much good that will do though. As he kind of eyes nervously over at the Deva.
Any little bit helps. This is going to be a very interesting battle. Dallen, you take from the range.
I yell down, "Fine, I will."
Dain, you try going left. Milo, you try going right. As for me, I'll take it head on.
I'm gonna swing the axe of the head around, nod, and start like looking in that direction.
And that's gonna be my turn because I don't think I could do much else. I could move, but
You want to hold position for now?
yeah.
Alrighty. So Dallen, as your ally holds position, you've been given an order. What do you do?
I mean, Dallen already planned on doing that, so he's gonna look down and cast Magic Missile. And don't mind that one. I was just trying to change everything. Unless
You're
you
just
want me to
testing
use that
out.
one. Yeah,
I'll go ahead and just hide that real quick.
thank you. I'm also gonna use my last 2 sorcery points to cast it again as a bonus action.
Alrighty. So you're firing 2 at him.
Yep.
Alright, as you finger guns, pew, and you just start to rain down bullets upon him. You watch as they make contact with his body, and he doesn't even seem to budge. But you definitely see that it's leaving some marks on him, as you deal 24 points of force damage.
Yee. Alright, that's then my turn.
Alright, as Milo's turn comes up, and so Milo, thinking quickly, he's going to retreat a few steps. 5, 10, and he's going to attempt to hide real quick. Where's his thing? There you are. As he's going to go into stealth. The 23, very nice. As he just vanishes into the sands. Oh. And then as Milo finishes up, he pops out and he starts to charge forward, but then only gets next to you, Talos, when he stops and is in shock as the Deva stares directly at him.
Oh God.
Oh,
His hand's still beckoning. So with his bonus action used up, Milo's instead going to take his bow, and he's going to take a shot at him. And with that, he does indeed hit, as he deals 6 points of piercing damage to him. As he gets, and the arrows shatter. Well, it doesn't shatter because this is meteoric arrow. Because that's right, this is his meteorite arrows, which deals an additional 1d6. So that's a total of that much. All right. As Milo takes a step back and goes, "Yeah, I think I might stay back on this one. You guys get him." As Dain, it is now your turn.
Alrighty. I'm going to move forward and take a swing at him.
Swing bada bada.
Where is it? Does a 16 hit?
It does not. As you swing with your axe, his mace comes up and poing! Blocks off of the handle of your axe as he just stares at you. Eyes glowing like the sun.
I'm gonna try to swing again.
Go for it.
That's a
That will
24
hit. As you
Cool.
swing again, you actually manage to slash into his side.
And it's critical.
Not quite, actually. He rolled a 13, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, because
13.
it's plus 11.
yeah. The first one would have been critical if it would have hit.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting.
Right, let me roll these ones manually because I've got a whole bunch of additional stuff.
Alrighty. So then that's 2d12 from the axe plus 7.
1d12 from Cosmic Fury, so that's radiant damage, and then 4 for fire damage.
Alrighty. So he'll be taking that much damage. That'll be...
And
As you see a small slash go into the side of him, but you notice that some of the light that's coming off your axe seems to almost just blend in with the aura that's just coming off of him, and you feel as if some of the damage that you dealt wasn't quite as effective.
lovely.
All right, so you've got your 2 attacks and anything else you got in you?
Da, 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 da. I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Alrighty, you cast Shield of Faith. And as you kind of you pound your chest, boom, boom, and your aura begins to envelop around you. The Deva flaps his wings. Prepare yourselves. As he approaches, and first to you, Dain, he's going to swing at you with his mace. Ooh, and misses as you duck, and he slams it to the sand. And then he looks over to you, Talos, and swings again. Does a 15 hit you?
No, it does not.
As he brings his mace down upon you, you block with your shield as bong! You feel the significant force behind this blow as you dig into the sand a little bit. He is then going to use a legendary action to disengage and back off. As he flutters backwards. As we get back to the top of the turn order, it is now your turn, Talos.
All right. I'm going to... Let's see.
Roll a quick perception check.
No, sure. Oh, one sec. Thing is perception. 7.
7. Yeah, they're not being terribly quiet about this. You hear to the south of you some voices going, you stop! We were supposed to do that! As you all happen to take a look down where the voices are coming, and you see roughly like 5 to 6 other people charging towards you with their weapons drawn, with very angry looks on their faces.
Oh, is this an intervention?
As Milo takes a quick look over there and looks at through the three of you and goes, I think they might have wanted to do this challenge themselves. You guys got this. I'll take care of them. As he turns and prepares to charge towards them. All right. Anyway, it's your turn now, Talos.
All right. Here, and I'm gonna take a swing with my trusty hammer. Come on. Oh, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. There we go.
As you swing at him with a 9, he once again blocks your attack with his mace. As he defiantly looks at you.
I'm gonna try again.
You swing from the other side, bong, as he brings his mace to the other side.
I do have a charge of inspiration. Can I?
If you're feeling inspired, you might go for it.
I'm gonna go for it.
All right, one more time.
All right, so I'm down to last 2 charges for my inspiration. Because I haven't used any of my ones I've gotten before.
Oh, well, it wouldn't be charges. It would be like once you use it, you gain like a plus however many you have. So.
Okay.
So if you use your inspiration, that's an inspiration plus 3.
Yeah.
That would be a 29, which definitely, as you take your second swing and he blocks with his mace, you can tell that he seems to almost be dismissing your attacks, but then you feel the rage behind you go as you push through with your warhammer, and to the Deva's shock, his eyes actually somewhat widen as your warhammer slips past his mace and you slam into his side.
By the way, I'm also gonna use one of my charges from my hammer, the psychic.
Oh boy!
It's gonna be an additional 1d4. No. So what was it? 1d6.
That would.
So let me roll for the damage for the regular attack first.
Mm-hmm.
6, and then roll 1d. It's an additional 1d6 for this one.
Ooh, very nice. As you deal.
Did it roll? Did it roll the damage for my regular hammer?
Yes, that was the 6 originally.
So, that's low.
3.
Yeah, that's low.
It rolled a 3, but your other roll did pretty good there with a solid.
I'll give it 12 damage.
As bam,
and
you slam it to his side, and
let's see. Let me read what the thing for the psychic one does. If psychic, target must make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened and must flee on the start of next turn. So has to make a wisdom saving throw. Didn't say how much.
As your hammer slams against him, and you see a mark left behind from your hammer. You would expect to look at him and see some fear starting to creep into his eyes, but you see a bit of recognition and a bit of him. It looks as if he's kind of impressed with you. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
He might have some immunities.
I know. I realized, like, wait a second.
As Dallen, we get up to
Wait
your
a
turn.
minute.
It's like, wait a minute.
Celestial
Is
beings
that
have
right?
immunities?
Alright. I'm gonna use my last spell slot to use Magic Missile again. I miss a lot, so that's why I'm using Magic Missile. I don't want to miss this time.
Understandable. As you once again finger gun, as you shoot it at Talos, knowing that he's in the way, but as when they come up to behind you, Talos, you feel the force of energy behind you as they wrap around your body, and from each side, a couple bullets just go bam, 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 bam from the side as they once again leave a few welts on the side of the Deva.
Just welts? Okay. I see how it is. Alright, after that, I'm gonna use my... can I use a bonus action to talk?
You have a free action
Or
that
is
you
that
can
for what?
use for... You can make like a sentence to talk.
Gotcha. I'm gonna yell down to Talos, get out of my line of sight! Yeah, my line of fire, I mean.
Alright. And is that your turn?
My bonus action, I'm gonna take out my rifle.
Alrighty. And so as we get to Milo, Milo is going to bonus action dash as he's going to charge south at the people that are coming up. So that'd be 5. Well, he had his boots activated, I believe. So he's gone.
Oop.
He's just as he dashes across the sand.
You see a Roadrunner animation as it starts running off.
And in the distance, you can swear you can almost hear a scream. Dain, we come to your turn.
Alrighty, I'm gonna try my tried and true tested method of smacking him.
You're gonna schwack him.
That definitely hits.
That's a crit as well.
Ooh, is that a 19?
That's a 19.
Ooh, boy.
I'm sorry, Talos, it's happening again.
Oh no!
Well,
At least I'm at full health. I can take it.
well, let me roll this first this time. So,
It's like I'm smiling. It's like I feel the energy coming from behind me, and I'm like,
I assume you
Hey.
you approached.
oh, yeah.
As in the back of your head, you just think, fuck.
I didn't actually realize he moved back. My apologies.
You're good, you're good.
But yeah, Talos, roll a dexterity saving throw.
gotcha. 1 sec.
You gotta be a 20.
Well, I get the plus saving throw, so I get +2 from myself and the +2 from you, so that's +4.
Yeah.
That's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Yeah.
Oh, you are. So,
Alright.
you take.
So
11.
the 40-12 is your base attack.
That's the. That's the meteoric strike coming down.
I gotcha.
So I take 11 points of damage.
Yes. I'm actually
No,
gonna. So, 2d12.
The Deva was not quite prepared for that, as you swing your axe as you come back around behind Talos, and his one of his eyes kind of widens a little bit as an explosion erupts. Just
And there's the rest of the damage.
Is that to me or to the Deva?
That's just the Deva.
Okay.
The first bit was the meteoric strike.
Yep. Like me, I'm just like I smile. I smile. It's like Deva's very confused and sees like the heat coming from behind. It's like, wait, what? It's like, oh, I was the distraction.
This section of desert now has 2 glassings.
14.
And I also have to.
By the way, you have one more turn left of your Cosmic Fury. You will also be taking that 22 points of radiant damage.
Yeah.
Who, me or
Dain.
Dain?
Well, you
the
both.
backlash.
I guess you both failed the DC Dexterity saving throw. So you both take 22 points of radiant
What?
damage.
Wait, DC Dex?
DC 20 Dex. That's what I'm reading on this thing here.
Well, because I rolled that plus I have the +2 from myself, and then I have the +2 from Dain.
Oh, okay, you make it. Sorry, did not apply that for some reason.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why I wasn't applying it. I was like,
That's odd. I thought I added that to your thingy. I'll have to figure that out later. Okay, so you made it, but Dain, you did not make it.
I figured. That's why I rolled it first, so I knew how much
Dain,
damage.
you didn't add your oh yeah, even if you did add it, it wouldn't say. No. Yeah, it wouldn't have done anything. I'm sorry, Dain.
That's alright. And with that, I'm gonna hit him again.
Oh God.
Whack him again.
And it misses.
Yep, as you swing again, this time he's prepared as he brings his mace around and bong! Blocks it. And is that your turn?
Yes.
As we get to the Deva, you all hear in your minds, most impressive. As his wings beat and he takes off into the air, rising 30 feet. As he then
Get down
35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, as he flies behind you, Dallen, and he's going to attempt to smack you.
Oh.
Does a 19 hit you?
Yeah.
Alright, he smacks you and deals 24 points of damage as he hits you with the mace, and as he raises up his mace, you watch in horror, Dallen, as he with lightning speed whipped up behind you all of a sudden, and his mace, as it rises up, you see as it almost seems to catch the sun in the barbs of the mace, and as he brings it down, it seems to carry some of the sun with it. As he smashes into you, boom! You feel the impact and the radiant heat from it come off of you as you take the 24 points of damage. And I need you to make a... Let's see... I need you to make a strength saving throw to remain on top of the pillar.
You're waiting to do that, weren't you? You're waiting to do that, weren't you? You said dexterity saving throw?
Strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
Yeah, because you're attached to it because of your magical item, so now you have to be strong enough to be able to hold on, and ooh.
I didn't hit well. Smack.
As you will take an additional 7 points of falling damage as you fall, as you get smashed off of the obelisk, you land into the obsidian glass below. Whew.
Dallen's just saying like
65,
mistake.
70, 75.
He's got more movement.
And as he flies a few more feet over, he will descend his last... Let's see, 75... Let's see, last 15 feet to be about 15 feet off the air. And let's see... And yeah, he'll do that. As he kind of floats 50 feet above you all hear in your minds, a worthy fight so far. But let's see how you handle this. As you watch out in the air, his wings seem to almost go into his back as he begins to enlarge in his size. As his head grows bigger.
Just the head.
And his body begins to grow with it as all of a sudden, like his size becomes enormous. As you see creatures you've never seen before. And slamming to the ground, digging into the sand a little bit. A large reptilian-like creature raises its head.
I'm looking up at this like very confused. I'm like, what?
Scales of pure white, eyes still blazing of the sun. Little arms at the front and ginormous feet with razor-sharp teeth. This monstrous being stares down upon you all. As Talos, it is now your turn.
On us.
Yeah, he threw a T-Rex at us. I'm gonna yell. Dylan's gonna yell at him. Turn back! Go back! We want to fight that.
It's a motherfucking T-Rex. T-Rex.
Tim, he's also got to roll a con save of 13, or he's on fire again.
I got you.
I may have forgotten last turn.
Who? Oh, yeah.
The giant T-Rex now.
I'm like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, oh, wait.
He does not succeed, so he's on fire still.
It's 1d6. If you want me to roll it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Takes an extra 3 damage.
Alrighty.
You just see like a little ember just fly up and just go on him.
As Talos, it is now your turn.
Right.
As you're now faced with this holy monster of a being before you all. As it stares down at you with its glowing, beady eyes. What do you do?
This is my last turn for my one spell, right?
Yes.
Huh.
You just put in the fast Talos.
I'm trying to think of what to do now. Oh, I don't think that. I'm not sure if this would work because is this like what he did with himself? Is that a magic thing he did to himself, or?
In a way, but it's a natural. It's a natural ability.
Okay, I was just making sure. I was like, okay.
Like it's magical in its essence, but essentially it's something that he can naturally do.
All right. I have to get closer if I want to attack him, don't I?
He is a large creature, so technically you are in range right now.
Okay, I might as well.
He's huge, actually. He's a huge beast.
Alright. I'ma try it.
As his head just kind of whips back and forth, just... with a 17, you do hit him. As he's very large, it's hard for him to dodge. And
Alright then.
And the scales on his body do not provide that much natural armor. As you slam into him, and boom!
And I'm gonna do it again.
That does hit as well.
That's a crit too.
Do you get? No, it's an 18.
18.
Crits are usually 19 and 20.
Oh yeah, true. Like, my brain is.
You're good. You're good.
My brain's still on gear for something else that I was doing. So
As you boom, boom, you slam your warhammer to it, and it seems to hardly budge this behemoth. But you do see that you're leaving giant welts on its side where you're hitting.
part of me feels endangered, but part of me knows this is like I have to keep going. Let's see. I don't think I can't use any spells at this point, right? Because those are actions. Those are. Let's see. Do I have any bonus
Most
actions?
of them are usually actions.
Let's see. Bonus action.
I believe your Crusader's Mantle will fade at the end of your turn, I believe.
I can use my a bonus action though. I'm going to use a Shield of Faith on myself.
Sounds good. Let me just back him up a little bit so that way I can get to you. Turn off your aura.
Yep. So I have a +2 to my AC.
No.
So the rest of you will no longer deal 1d4 radiant damage, as his Crusader's Mantle.
It doesn't do much because it doesn't really do much to him.
And then, Dain, at the end of your next turn, not this turn, but the next turn, your Cosmic Fury will be over.
Yeah.
That was a pain.
Guy
It's on the
Oh, yeah.
ground.
Oh yeah, you're also, well, here, roll me a quick dexterity
I'm
saving throw to see if you manage to land on your feet or not.
I kind of hope I didn't, because that would hurt like hell.
Well, if you land on your back, that's going to be even worse.
Yeah. Did I make it?
Let me see.
Got 14.
Yep, that would
Hey.
succeed, so you are not prone.
Dallen is flipping in the air, just lands on his feet, and he's has a pop face. It's like,
I can just see like the shiver going up your body, like from your feet up from the impact, like.
Dallen doesn't care about
Just
pain.
the
You
thought
just
of your
like that he
brain, your head
can't
hitting it.
land on his feet. He's like, I'm a fucking cat. And then he sees the T-Rex is coming. I was like, oh, fuck.
Okay, back into position.
Talos doesn't even know what a T-Rex is. He just knows it's a big.
Yeah, I mean,
Big
you
and
all,
angry and
you all could
frustrated.
give me a quick history check if you want, but DC would be high.
Mm.
To see if any of you might even recognize what this is.
History
Oh,
check.
sorry.
No,
Ignore the first
right.
one.
I'm just trying to deceive you into telling me what I know about it.
None
Yeah,
of us know.
13.
None of you know. None of you. Like, this is a huge thing. Bigger than anything you have ever seen before. Like, you've seen large
Dallen's looking to distinguish the
structures and everything
dragon.
else. This thing, like, is about as big as that dragon you fought. Is it as big as that?
Well, the quote dragon.
The young blue one.
Oh yeah.
Was it a Drake?
No, that would
Oh
have been...
no.
No,
Doesn't
this
have any
is-
wings.
This is bigger than the dragon. Like, this is a creature that is bigger than that blue dragon you fought in the arena. It is
Whatever it is, it's not a
massive.
dragon. I don't think it. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's a dragon. It doesn't have no wings.
Yeah, it's similar to a dragon in a lot of ways, but without the
Watch it
wings
suddenly
and-
pulls out the freaking angel-like wings from its back. I'm like, oh, there they are.
With the tiny arms, which are smaller than a dragon's, and without the wings, like, you're not sure what this is, but it definitely looks dangerous. As we get to its turn now, as it takes a look over at you, Talos, and with its eyes staring upon you, it attempts to bite you with a 21.
That hits.
And It deals 41 piercing damage to you, and I need you to do a DC 17 strength check. Or DC 17 strength saving throw. You are grappled in its mouth now. You are restrained.
And how much damage did I take?
That was 41. Holy cow.
Oh. So, I was at 72. One second, I need to pull up my calculator.
Ooh, that's a big oof. And while you're doing that, as it takes a bite into you, Dallen, you watch in horror as its large tail, which went up as he bit, falls down towards you for a 20 to hit.
It hits.
As it deals 20 points of bludgeoning damage as it smashes into you.
Jesus Christ, we're getting a TPK.
Can I use my sentinel attack to smack it in the face because it attacked the other two?
You can.
And since you attacked 2 people, you could do it twice.
I think it's just a reactionary thing, isn't it?
It just says when a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against the attacking creature.
Yeah, reaction. So you can only have one reaction per turn.
Yeah, just imagine if you can do 2 reactions. Like,
That definitely hits.
Not again. It's a 19
That's
again.
a crit.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Down to looks up in horror as he sees a mirror just falling down.
do I need to roll
Dexterity
anything?
saving throw.
Oh god, dex save.
Which the
please,
T-Rex
save.
fails horribly. And you
11,
fail.
12, 13.
And Dallen?
Yeah.
You got to as well.
I know. I don't want to
Whoa,
see it.
everyone fails
Oh.
and everyone takes 25 points of radiant damage.
Oh my fucking god!
And finally me. I definitely
Oh.
failed.
My body!
As you once again, you see the tail land upon Dallen, you're like, no! And with the fury
You said
of the-
25, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and with the fury of the radiant sun, you bring your axe and you slash into the T-Rex, and an explosion erupts. Boom!
I
Off in
am
the
down to
distance.
6 HP.
Over to Milo. He sees a small mushroom cloud appear in the distance.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
And
And then the rest of the damage is the 33.
Oh wait, we take 33 damage as well.
No, just the creature.
And the
Oh my
Tyrannosaur in the big old
What have you done?
lizard still has you in its teeth for right now, Talos. He does take heavy damage from that hit.
Am I able to? Do I have to roll something to get out before I can try healing myself, or can I desperately
It currently
Oh my-
says the ability says that if the target is a medium or smaller creature, it is grappled. Escape DC is 17, so you could roll another strength saving or strength check. Well, this wouldn't be a saving throw at this point. This would be athletics or acrobatics of your choice. DC 17 to become free. But until the grapple ends, you are restrained, and the creature cannot bite another target.
But do I take damage the entire time I'm in its mouth?
No, the damage does not repeat.
Oh god. Part of me wants to get out, but part of me wants to stay in.
And let me see the rulings on restrained real quick.
Like,
Restrained.
it's
Your speed becomes 0, and you can't benefit from any bonus to your speed. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. Oh, so people have advantage to attack you, and you have then you have disadvantage. You also have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, but it doesn't say you can't do anything. It just says that your speed is 0, and attacks against you have advantage, and you have disadvantage on your attacks.
It doesn't say I can't try healing myself?
Nope, you can heal yourself.
Let's
restrict your
see,
action.
one sec. Give me just a sec. I need to see
does
how
not
many
restrict
more
your
of those
action.
big bottles do I have left.
We're definitely need to stock up next time we're in a town.
Yes. Your axe has been the sole thing that has been destroying us.
Which is ironic because
I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use what I have. I will have now. I will have one bottle left of this. I'm going to drink a bottle of supreme healing.
That'd be you're using your action for that.
Yeah, I'm like desperately chugging this thing.
As you feel the teeth just digging through your armor into your body, you're just like, no. Okay, I need to look that up again.
You just see me and like that desperate slapping with one hand on the muscle of this thing while chugging this thing.
That is going to be a total of 60 healing points. As it's 10d4, which 10 times 4 is 40 plus 20, so that is 60 healing that you will get back immediately.
That's some good
so
healing.
I'm up to 66 healing. I'm about to smack up to 66 hit points now. Okay.
Yeah. Did I
Let's
tell you guys that the supreme healing potions are very rare and usually worth about 1,500 gold?
Yep, I have one left.
You kind of needed it. He's in the jaws of a T-Rex.
Yeah.
It was kind of a good
Let's
situation.
see.
They are very good. You say your bonus action. Oh yeah, I need you to roll me a... Because you had Shield of Faith on, right?
Yeah,
That's concentration?
I believe so.
Then you'll need to roll a Constitution check. The save, you have to beat a 20.
Yeah, I did. I don't think I... Wait, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes, I made it, because I added on to... With
the Dain?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, you just make it then, like... Because you got dealt 41 points of damage, and so half of that, I rounded it down to 20, so you had to beat a DC of 20.
Alright, let's see.
Man, you've been really lucky on those rolls, by the way.
Yeah, I was like, is there any other bonuses I can do?
It's like any other thing I can do to stave this off.
I think the only other thing I can do is I can use Sanctuary.
Is that another concentration, though?
No, it's a one. I can ward a creature within range against attacks until the spell ends for 1 minute. I'm gonna use that on a Sanctuary on Dallen, so he can't be targeted for attack.
I got you. So,
thank you so much.
As
One to my free hand, I'm pointing out at Dallen like, protect the baby.
Get away from him!
Don't touch the child.
As you're in his mouth, and yeah, as his tail lifts up and you're in his mouth, you drug, and as you're chugging, you take your other finger, you point it down at Dallen and go, Sanctuary! And Dallen, and you feel a bit of holy light envelop your body a little bit. As you feel you might be slightly protected, Dallen. And is that your turn, Talos?
That's gonna have to be. That's all I can do.
All right, as Dallen is now your turn.
Wait, does that mean I can run away without having to disengage?
You can run away, but if he decides he wants to take his reaction against you, it would be with the... he would have to roll for it.
Yeah, he can't willingly attack you, but if you try running away, it gives him a chance to attack you.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna disengage and move up to here. And for my bonus action, I'm gonna use Second Wind, try to get some health back.
Sounds good. As you scramble from out under the tail and just nope, as the large beast is.
I'm just at this point, I'm just like smacking it with my hands. Like I obviously can't do much. Like one hand's holding my hammer, and the other's like, oh.
Huh.
You trying to figure out your
Second Wind isn't on here.
Oh, I might have forgotten.
Yeah, Second Wind isn't on here. That's fine. I'll just take out the dice and roll this the way we used to. D10.
Where
Don't worry about it,
is
man.
second
I'll get this
wind?
back.
There we go. Equals 1d10 plus your fighter level.
Yeet.
So that would be 1d10 plus... was it 6?
14 health. Yep.
Nice. As you kind of... you take a breath and just stretch a little bit and flex, you feel some of the wounds on your body starting to stitch back up. As you're like, okay, we can do this. We can do this.
I'm sure you're like, what the fuck is that thing? Is that... I'm gonna yell down, yell over. Are you some kind of weird dragon that I've never heard of?
Just growl.
I'm gonna yell back, that's not an answer.
It's like, I ask you an answer, you say grrr.
Talos, you just get a bunch of bad breath. Or at least you would assume it's
I'm
bad
like-
breath, but as the breath comes out, it almost smells florally and, like, unearthly.
This is weird.
Alright, is that your turn, Dallen?
Yes, actually, no. Damn it. Yeah, that has to be my last turn.
Alright, as Dain, we get back to you as you're recovering from your most recent explosion. You realize that your cosmic fury is about to end, so... What do you do?
I'm gonna hit it.
Alright, as you swing at it once again. That is only a 9. That's only a 9. But you do hit it easily. As you swing your
What
axe
do you
at
mean
it
by
again.
only a 9?
Well, just making sure that now you think that that's a natural 20 or a critical. He rolled a 9.
Okay, because I'm seeing the other and it says 30 plus.
That's if he had advantage,
That's
which he
fair.
does not, unfortunately.
Oh. I was like, thank God.
As you slash into him once again, and as the body seems to almost take a knee a little bit, it's still standing though. As just huge marks just are across all of its body now. As you have a second swing in you, that still hits. As you just let go of my friend, whack whack. And with that,
Go for the other knee. It's like,
you manage to go up and you swing up and you lob off the head. As Talos, you get freed as you scramble onto the sand. As the head flies into the air, it disappears into light. As reappearing in its place, in a somewhat half roar, you are all hearing in your minds, "Ugh," as the wings come out again. It flutters down.
that was unpleasant.
I yell over, did we win?
As
Sure.
the Deva looks at
Is
you
it
and
over?
its mace in his hand. It looks at you with its eyebrow cocked, and you hear and it's in your heads. Most impressive.
Well done, Dain.
Is that your turn?
Yes, I can't use. Actually,
Wait, like I say, do you have any more bonus actions?
can I use a bonus action to take a potion of healing?
You could. You have to roll for it, though. Is it just a basic potion of healing?
It's one of my superiors.
Ooh, superior.
Remember, we purchased a lot. We purchased a few. Remember?
Yep.
That we distributed.
Just making sure which one you're using.
Oh, yeah.
Because like we need it.
So, just to make sure, you said superior?
Yes.
Alright, so that would be 10d4 plus 20.
8d4 apparently.
Oh, was it
according to
8d4?
this. Yeah, superior is 8d4 plus 8.
Give me just a sec. Make sure I got that right. Oh, that's
Is
not
that-
the
if that's
supreme.
what-
Right, superior. Right, 8d4 plus 8. Sorry. I was
Yeah.
thinking you
Honestly,
had...
I don't have a supreme.
That's why I was like, oh, you're going with the big boy again.
Yeah, Taco Daio,
That
supreme.
is 29 points of healing. But you get back to you as you finish your second strike against it, and the Deva is recovering from your blows. You just quickly, oh, this is going to hurt. Oh, go, 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 go.
I think I'm just gonna take a quick swig.
Which is good, because the Deva then takes his mace and immediately swings it at you. For a 10?
Misses completely.
Wow, his attacks are rolling really low.
Good.
But with his second swing, he brings it back towards you, Talos, for an 11.
That does not hit.
Good lord, as he... You all take...
Getting beheaded kind of... I think getting beheaded kind of...
Yeah, he seems to be a little bit dazed for the moment, having reverted back to his angelic form.
Well, seeing he is in that form, he needs to take a con save.
Oh, you're right. You are right. Which he fails and takes some more fire damage.
Yay! Toasty angel.
It's like, well, you can't really kill an angel, can you? just a small little smolder.
Just like a little smolder appears on his shoulder and just like flicks it off.
And as his wings beat out again. Talos, it is your turn.
Alrighty.
As the angel still seems in good fighting form.
Damn it.
He blocks your attack with his mace. Boom! That one hits, though, as you quickly recover and coming from the other side. Dealing
13.
Very nice, very nice.
And... let's see, I think that's all I'm going to be able to do for now.
Alrighty, as Dallen, we get to your turn.
Okay.
Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! Ah!
A quick question.
Mhm.
Can I use my bonus action first?
Of course.
Okay. Use my bonus action to drink a healing potion, a superior healing potion.
An 8d4 plus 8.
Yes.
Alrighty, go for it.
Okay, that's just a superior, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think I have supreme. $26. Oh.
Ooh,
It's better than my head.
That's a lot of ones.
Yeah, I always roll pretty low.
You pop the cork real quick, and then as you take your rifle in your other hand, as I assume you take aim.
I'm not gonna take a shot at it because rifle I have out, I didn't realize has an AoE effect. So I am gonna, as right at the end of as I fit down the drink, I'm gonna immediately open my mouth. Smoke is gonna come out and fire starts there spewing out.
As you do fire
As
breath.
I do, yes, fire breath.
Was that a cone or a line?
It's a line. It's a 30 feet, I believe.
Because you were a brass dragonborn?
Yes, it is 30 foot. Dexterity saving throw at 12.
Alrighty, as you breathe fire and... he saves, so I believe he takes half.
Yes, he takes half. And it's, I believe it's in here. Breath attack, yes.
It's crazy how it's just a line. I would have figured that... Well, I guess... because it's metallic, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So he takes 4 points of fire damage.
Oh, so he's resistance to fire. Gotcha.
Well, he took half because he saved
Oh,
his-
yeah.
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 As you see you blow the fire across his back, and he seems to take it, and then kind of looks at you and he hears said, "Thank you for drying the sweat off my back."
Well, you're welcome.
As his wings flex again, and a few of the feathers that were singed just flake off and disintegrate in the air. As that was your bonus in your action, you have your movement still if you wish.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here. And I'm gonna use my free action to yell, "You're not gonna kill us, are you? This is just until we get knocked out, right?"
You get no response.
I say, noted.
Well, considering we are in the middle of
As
the
Dain,
desert.
we get back to your turn. As you, in the
Alright.
distance, you all hear some more screams.
Seems Milo's having fun. I'm gonna turn around and smack him again. And I know that my...
Yes, at this point, your Cosmic Fury has ended. Oh!
Doesn't matter anyway! Fuck! Talos, I'm so sorry!
But like, even if the Cosmic Fury is ended,
Yep.
Yep,
So
it's when...
Cosmic Fury just makes it so that on a 19 and 20 I can crit.
oh gosh,
This
so
is
Dexterity
I have
saving
to
throw,
roll.
Talos.
What do I have to roll again?
Dexterity.
That's why I didn't want to use
I
my
freaking
rifle.
dive out of the way.
I'm also
You
gonna
save, you
roll-
take half damage.
I don't.
You do not.
So how much do I take?
You take 10 points of damage. Of radiant damage. As you bring down, and this time the Deva seems to block your attack as you bring it down, but you come down with such a force that it manages to still get into his chest a little bit, and then the explosion comes from it, just kind of blows up in his face, and unfortunately you don't have any time to move, Dain, but you see it coming, Tyler. She's like, nope, 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 nope.
Nope.
Because it is an actual crit.
You do 4d12.
And that it would still be just the standard steering smite, right?
That would, just hit the Runation of the Eternal Star up there, and that should give you the damage for your attack.
I was just doing that because it still has my, what is it? Thing on the end of it.
The Searing Smite.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
So, 42 damage to his face.
Whoa. Man, you crit so much.
I guarantee after this match I'm not going to crit for at least 3 sessions. I've crit 4 times.
Unless it's gonna hurt us. That's my theory now. Whenever it benefits everyone, it's gonna be like a 1 or something. But whenever it actually hurts everyone, it's gonna be a crit.
All right, is that your turn?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
All
my
right.
turn.
So with that, we go to the Deva, who takes his wings are starting to sag a little bit as he raises up his mace once more. And he shall bring it down upon you, Talos, with a 25 to hit.
That hits.
Ooh. As he brings down his mace, you watch as he goes up to the sun again and seems to catch that sun and bring it down with him as he deals... Ooh, that is 9 points of bludgeoning and 18 radiant as he smashes it into you, almost burying you in the sand. That's
27 altogether.
Yeah, 27 points of damage total. As he then turns around and attempts to hit you with a 16, Dain,
It misses.
as he
But I'm
practically
also
dances
gonna
on the
use-
sun.
I'm also going to use my Sentinel Strike against him as well, or Sentinel Attack against him.
Go for it. That hits.
Alrighty.
And down to 29 hit points.
As you deal 13 more points of damage. Slash.
And another 3 for fire, and he also still has to make another con save because it's his turn again.
Yep. 13.
It meets a beat.
All right, so the fire, like with the last explosion, the last of the fire that was on his body, just with your other attack as he looks at you with that final hit on him, you actually see as he goes down to a knee. His wings sag down to the earth a little bit, and he flexes a little bit and stands up again. Wings stretch up to towards the heavens. And you hear in your minds, "Hold, noble warriors. I concede. Victory is yours.
I'm like,
I'm gonna yell like at the top of my lungs. Oh, thank God!
As Talos, as we get to the top of the turn order, it is your turn. As the Deva seems to be surrendering. Are you doing anything?
I'm gonna stand up, kind of like using my hammer as like kind of like a way to pull myself back up to my foot, like from the knee I was at from. And I take my like I look over at Dallen and kind of hold my hand up to hold for a minute, and I nod toward the Deva.
All right, Dallen, are you
That was
holding?
one hell of a fight. That was one hell of a fight.
Alan's gonna be limping over. It says, fuck you for kicking me off the tower.
Language. I'm gonna turn over like language.
Jesus.
Shut up, that was a dick move.
I'm just gonna.
You hear in your head, there was a reason for that.
I'm just gonna bury the head of the axe in the glass.
As rushing back to the obelisk, Milo comes, a little bit of blood on his cloak, and bow raised as he sees the Deva again. He pulls up his arrow. I got it!
Hold. I just I'll put my hand up like, what? Hold.
But you guys look terrible. Come on, are we killing this or what?
You
Don't
know,
think
yell,
we're killing anything
don't do
today.
anything. He's conceding. We won.
if we
He
would've
staggers a
killed-
little bit, and then he loosens his arrow a little bit and puts his bow down. So, we win?
We win.
I just look
Won.
back over at the Deva and just kind of just look at him like with a questioning look.
I assume all of you are basically accepting his surrender.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty. So, as you all
It's a
have taken
noble
a surrender, you watch as he puts his mace and hooks it to a belt on his side, as his wings flap a little bit, and then seem to curl upon themselves behind him, as he stares at you all. Oh, that's not the one I want. That one. There we go. And so, as the Deva stares at you all, you hear in your minds, "You have fought well, noble warriors. Never before has a group faced me in noble combat and brought me to such a point. You've done well and certainly earned your reward."
I want to learn to face you. It's like I'm trying to speak more fluent, but while I'm trying not to like be like, everything hurts.
Talos Maximus Shax, you are a fine warrior. You serve your friends well. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, we'll just do that. You regain 20 hit points as he puts his hand on your shoulder. Also, if you have any curse, disease, poison, blindness, or deafness on you, they are also gone. Same with you, Dain Blackspire. As he puts his hand on you, and you also regain 20 hit points, and any ailment that may have been on you is also gone.
Very nice. I give a slight bow.
Young Dallen. This bright light is just in front of you, Dallen.
Alan's kind of squinting because he can't really stand staring at it. It's like, yes, me.
A bit of light reaches out from just from this body, and it gets placed on your shoulder, and you feel warmth healing to it as he also says, You all work together magnificently. The gods will be looking forward to seeing your further exploits. As you also healed 20 hit points, Dallen. Young one, who goes currently by Milo. Though you and I did not face, I saw how you dealt with the interlopers to the south. The way you protect your friends is most admirable. Milo puts his bow over his shoulder and... yeah, it was nothing, as he flicks his nose a little bit. Many have tried to win this prize. Many. Not all, but many have failed. Many fled, but most, as he kind of lifts his hand to the side, the sands around you seem to disperse a little bit as you see many skeletons just littering the area now.
Oh,
Have failed.
Dallen's gonna immediately say, "You were gonna kill us, you asshole!"
I think these were I think that might be. These are warriors that chose to continue attacking rather than taking the being of honor, didn't they?
Indeed.
I look over at Milo like, you think you're glad I stopped you from shooting the arrow now?
Even when defeat was upon them, they still chose to continue to have a warrior's death. But you all have brought me lower than any has before. I see no one else that has been worthy enough to obtain this prize. As his hand goes, whips behind him, and stretches up to the top of the obelisk, as you all hear a hissing sound. As suddenly cracks begin to appear in the obelisk, as the obsidian starts to shatter. And as the cracks form, light seems to be pouring out, as if the sun itself is being contained within this obelisk. And it all rises up to the top until eventually the obelisk shatters, and just a pillar of light is illuminating the entire area. As all of you kind of shield your eyes, the light slowly dies down until the very top. You see the very tip of the obelisk remained floating. As from what you can see, there appears to be a hilt of some kind. And as the hilt seems to be absorbing the light that was below it, until the hilt remains and there's no more light to be seen. The hilt then descends down into the hand of the Deva, who grasps it firmly and turns towards you, Talos. Talos Maximus Shax, I have deemed you worthy.
I'm kind of like sitting there blinking, like, wait, what?
Dallen's gonna look at Dain.
You who have initiated this challenge, you've completed it with flying colors. I give this token of the sun to you, the Sun Blade.
I slowly, take it, the hilt,
As you hold your hand out, he places it in your hand and releases it. Many have tried to obtain this mythical weapon. I have been guarding it jealously for millennia. Many would seek to use it in dark ways, corrupt its light. I pray that it will serve you well, and that you will protect it to ensure that it continues to bring light to this world.
I will wield it with honor.
Dallen's gonna stop real quick and ask, quick question.
Mhm.
If he takes this, does that mean there's gonna be people coming after him?
There will always be those who will come after those of great power. But I
That is how
have
it has
deemed
been
that you
for
were
women.
worthy. You are strong enough. I imagine you will not have much difficulty protecting it, as it shall, in turn, protect you.
I shall wield this blade with honor. In the name of justice and righteousness.
I have added the Sunblade to your Roll20 inventory.
Sweet. I just added it to my my D&D Beyond one.
I'm sure you're probably familiar with the stats of a Sunblade already.
Yeah, gosh. It's like trying to talk and can't. That does the can do D1 1d8 plus 3 on a damage attack plus another 1d8 for against undead targets. It's radiant type damage.
You can also wield it with one hand or two.
2 hands. 2 hands. It will be
1d10.
It's a long sword.
1d10, and I could also and I gain a +2 to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon, which so an additional 2 damage as well.
Mm-hmm. The Sunblade deals radiant damage, and
Yep.
the hilt itself
And sword
is there.
illuminates.
And yes, you have to summon the blade essentially anytime you wish to use it.
Yep, and the swords and the blade illuminates within of light of 15-foot radius of dim light, and 50. And it's like almost like the sun, like regular sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
And while the blade's present, like the hilt alone emits a 15-foot. No, I'm reading that wrong. Sorry.
Good. You gain a +2 bonus attack to damage and attack rolls made with this weapon, which deal radiant damage instead of slashing damage. When you hit an undead with it, the target takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. The sword's luminous blade emits bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 15-foot. The light is sunlight. While the blade persists, you can use an action to expand or reduce its radius of bright
There
and
it is.
dim
That's what I
light
was
by
reading wrong.
5 feet each to a maximum of 30 feet each, or a minimum of 10 feet each.
And my dyslexia was kicking in. I'm like, what?
You're good.
But this would be really good to use against vampires. It's like, hey, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Praise the sun!
Exactly. People.
I had to do it.
People search this sword in the Curse of Strahd campaigns very jealously.
It's like, hey, Strahd, what? Basically, I have a lightsaber. Basically, I have a lightsaber now.
Yep.
Oh, the jokes I'm gonna make.
I'm also just imagining you now walking into a room, warhammer in one hand, lightsaber in the other hand, just like, come at me.
It's just like walking like the Warhammer one, and all of a sudden just pulling out with my the other hand, just like activating it, you hear the lightsaber.
You just hit.
No, and like everyone in the room's just like. At first, like, they just see the Warhammer, and then it's that, and it's like, what the hell is that? It's like, they're like, want to find out? Guy comes at me, instant gets a crit hit, and just slices cleanly in half, and just it's like freaking cauterized.
I'm just picturing one of those like samurai movie slashes where like you slash and then 5 minutes earlier, like 5 minutes later, their bodies kind of slumps over.
Like the arm, it's like the guy's arm just suddenly falls off and it's like cauterized, so he's not bleeding out, and he starts freaking out. Like,
Yeah.
Anyone else? It's like the freaking scene, like have the scene like from the bar in Star Wars where it's like Jedi business, back to your drinks. Like, what's a Jedi?
the rest of you served your ally Talos Maximus Shax well. While I cannot offer you a magical weapon, I do offer another prize, more valuable than gold itself. For each of you, I offer the truth. You each may ask one question, a yes or no question, and I shall commune with the gods to grant you an answer. Whether that answer brings you peace, whether that answer brings more questions, is entirely up to you. But you will have a definitive yes or no to any one question that you may have. Be specific, for if you are not, we may be uncertain as to the answer you may receive. I will give you a moment. When you are ready, you may either speak in your mind, as I am now to you, to ask your question if you wish it to be private, or you may speak it aloud. The choice is yours.
Tal immediately steps up and speaks in a mixture of giant and draconic, and says, "Is Thragon's enslaver actually in my body?" Hello?
I think he's checking something. His notes.
Okay. I was like, I didn't just disconnect, did I?
No, you're fine.
As you ask your question, you step forward. The Deva stares back at you, and for a second, the light seems to almost dim from his face as you are able to start to see the actual face of the Deva itself. His eyes, as bright as the sun, staring back at you, but you are not blinded by it. You are able to stare at it, and there's no pain. And as you stare, and his eyes grow brighter and brighter, they grow dimmer again, as he says, "Yes."
Okay, Dallen's gonna just fall onto his knees and just space out, just like terrified.
I cannot give any further context as to how or why, but the gods have gifted you this truth. Do with it as you will. Milo then
This is
steps
not.
up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. Milo steps forward, and very plainly and out loud, he asks, "Well, I doubt that this will do much of anything. I already pretty much know the answer, but..." He kind of sighs as he takes a look up. Wait a sec. Alright, he asks, "Did my wife or kids survive the fire?" And the Deva then turns his head and looks at him, and once again his eyes grow bright. And then, as he looks at Milo, and you all hear, "Yes." And Milo physically gets shudders as he just his eyes widen as he kind of takes a step back. "Once again, I cannot provide any context or whom may have survived, but know the gods have given you this truth." And Milo just kind of takes a few steps back as he turns paler than he has in a long time, and he just I need a minute, and he kind of walks back a few feet and just kind of puts his hand on his head. Now for you, Dain Blacksfire.
Dain's just gonna kind of like stroke his beard for a minute, and then whisper something to, or like think in his mind something to the Deva.
You can just whisper it in game if you want.
Oh yeah. That's roll. There you go.
That's a... Do you want to do one or the other? Because that's technically two.
Ah.
Tricking.
My bad.
You're good. Just want to make sure you ask the one you want, because...
Yeah, let's go with the second one.
As you think in your mind and you stare up at the Deva, its eyes widen as the glow brightens. As it dims again, in your mind you hear your answer.
Ah.
Well, I cannot give you any further context. No, the gods have granted you this answer.
I'm gonna give a slight bow to him.
And as he finishes up with your question, the light around him seems to dim a little bit. What a noble and worthy fight. One that I have not experienced in an age. I wish you all good luck on your future endeavors. Continue to protect one another, for you work well together. Then he looks at you, Dain. You perhaps may want to control the attack of your weapon a little more carefully.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a mind of its own sometimes.
His wings shoot out again and beat down. Air whips around him. Farewell, noble warriors. Good luck and farewell. And as he beats his wings down again, he turns into a beam of light and ascends towards the heavens.
that was interesting.
As you all are left on the sands with shards of broken obsidian scattered across the bones that lay around you. As you all breathe heavily after one heck of a fight.
Well, that was something. I'm like holding as like obviously the blade's not come out right now because I haven't attuned with it. But I'm like holding it right now, like just kind of looking at it in awe.
Dallen isn't gonna be doing anything. He's still gonna be on his knees, just horrified, spaced out.
Dane's gonna go collect some of the shards of obsidian.
Roll me survival.
Stand by and.
As you attempt to pick up the obsidian, it almost seems to crumble into dust in your hand as you pick it up from the sand, and you start to pick up more sand than you think obsidian, and you just kind of, yeah, this isn't working.
Milo, what happened with those as he called interlopers, as they call them? They didn't cause you too much problem, did they?
And he kind of like turns his head a little bit and goes, "No." They were saying something about how they were supposed to do this challenge and that they've had like their guild and whatnot or something, like trying forever, but they were going to try and kill you guys. So I just I set them on their way.
That's not honorable at all.
Yeah, I know, right? Just what jerks. Anyway, we should get back to the caravan.
Yes, indeed. Dan, you alright?
What? Did you hear me?
Yeah, we're gonna hear.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Just making sure. All right. But did you say it? Did you hear what I said before? Just making sure. Sometimes after I unmute myself,
I heard what?
it doesn't work. Yeah. He looks at you like, not really all there. Seems like there's only like a speck of his concentration on you, as he says, "What? What'd you say?"
We're heading back to the caravan. Are you alright?
I'm fine. As Dallen kind of gets up and you can see that he's visibly shaking. He's trying to play it off, though.
I'm sure you're alright.
Let's get going. I need to think.
You did take
As
a really
he starts
heavy
walking
hit,
over to the caravan.
Well, we definitely should keep going. Sun's not getting any hotter. Or any cooler, I should say. Let's be off. I clip the blade to my belt. Like hook it in there and
Yeah, you click it and you feel the slight weight of it on your side. The warmth, the hand of the hilt of it, which appears to be a cool, cold obsidian, feels warm to the touch. You make your way back towards your caravan, where you see the treasure currently sipping on some sort of drink, as he seems to have been watching you the whole time.
Treasurer.
Well, that was certainly entertaining to watch. Pray tell, what happened over there?
apparently the artifact that was there, it was a challenge of some sort, and I might have accidentally activated it, and we faced off against a Deva.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that is certainly
Ooh.
interesting.
That was a bit of a surprise, and
At one point, it turned into a giant lizard.
yes, I don't know what it exactly it turned into, but it hurt.
Let me.
As I like pat like my midsection where like there's some, I'm pretty sure there's some indents in my mithril mail.
Yeah, all of your armor's a little bit damaged, a little bit, but it probably won't take Dain too long to repair it all for you.
And we've also got Burning Arm here as well.
Oh yes, I saw that humongous creature appear out of nowhere. I was quite surprised to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex disappear out in the desert. Quite unusual.
A what? A what?
Oh, you aren't familiar with those. Apologies. You see, that is what we call a dinosaur. Basically, they're
Sorry.
supposed to be ancient creatures from long before, like the early days of the gods. Apparently, one of the most fiercest predators of the time, they called a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A large lizard-like creature with big teeth and powerful tail. Not terribly great with arms, though, but it didn't quite need that, for it made up for with its large maw.
So I think Talos going to find that out firsthand.
Indeed. I must say it's impressive that you face not only an angelic being, but a transformed version of a dinosaur of his. I can't recall of hardly anyone that can claim they fought a dinosaur and lived.
Well, it was certainly one hell of a fight.
It certainly was entertaining from where I was. Well then, if that is all, I believe we should get moving.
That'd probably be for the best. Apparently there
Yes.
are some other adventurers roaming around as well that might not be too happy with us apparently stealing their treasure.
Well then, I'll follow you.
I'll take out his pipe and start smoking.
I'm gonna go over to I'm gonna go over and to the get up on my horse and like tenderly get up because I'm a bit sore.
Yeah, all of you feel a little stiff, a little sore as you're like, ooh. That was a heck of a fight. As you all get on your horses and you proceed to make your way, continuing southwest.
I'm gonna bring up my compass and make sure we're going the right way.
As Dallen's smoking, he kind of just offers it over to Bagel as well.
The horse
Offer
just
the
kind of sniffs at it and
It's
We
like,
don't
after
need a
lost
high horse.
piece of-
We don't need a high horse. Thank you very much.
don't need you on a
I
high horse.
respect my high horse.
Oh lord. Ooh. And so, before long, as you continue traveling, as the sun begins to set, Dain, you see ahead of, in the distance ahead of you, you see something glinting from the sunlight ahead of you. It seems to be a long stream of something that goes from the north and heads more southwards until it gets out of view, as the sun finally sets and it gets dark.
Hopefully that's the river, not another one of those obelisks.
Also, further ahead, as like the sun, like this light is still somewhat in the sky. Part of it is obstructed from the far west, as you see. No, that's a little too far away. Never mind. Well, not quite. Yeah, I'd say you probably would just be able to start to see it. You see far to the west, where the sun is just sinking. Miles and miles away, you can see just the tips of some mountains off in the distance.
Ah. Looks like home.
Alright, so I assume you all get yourself to head to bed?
Yeah, well, that's best to rest for now.
Aye.
Alright. Go roll perception or survival checks of your choice to find a suitable place to camp for the night.
All right, survival. Come on, come on, come on. Where is it?
They just gotta kind of flop into the sand.
You're feeling a little tapped out, Dane. Same with you, Talos.
I'm just gonna sleep here.
Taking the
As
brunt of
Dallen smoking, he's gonna like just hold on to it with his.
How
teeth,
many
and
times was I hit
he's
by
gonna
that
grab both
freaking
their
meteor?
legs
Like
and just start
3?
dragging them over to a good spot.
I got hit by like what, 3 meteors?
Yeah, you got
Four,
like 3 or 4
including last
explosions.
sections.
And then I got eaten. I was almost eaten.
Yeah,
Yeah, Dallen's gonna pick them up with their ankles and just kind of drag them off to a good spot. If he sees one.
yeah. With the 22, you easily see a nice location with some dunes around it that would make for a good cover as you all in the caravan set for the night. As you finish eating your rations for the day, and you kind of take it easy as the cold wind blows across the desert sands, the stars light up above you. All of you kind of in pensive thought as you sit around your fire.
Yeah, Dallen's just staring at the fire as he's just smoking, just not all there. He's still freaked out.
I'm sitting there like holding the. I'm as I'm laying in my where I'm at, like holding the blade up to the sky, kind of looking over it, the hilt and everything.
It's a good weight to it as you take time and you feel yourself attuning to it.
In my head, I'm like thinking, I was like, Father truly would be proud. Can't wait to tell my sisters this.
Milo seems to be sitting next to the fire, scribbling on some paper before putting it inside Murph's. Before then taking a scrap of meat and giving it to Murph's as well.
What about you, Dane?
I'm gonna be just plump next to the fire, but checking on the head of the axe, making sure that all the heavy hits didn't damage it.
Investigation.
Where is it? That's intimidation.
You better be sharp.
Yeah, you're exhausted as you take a look at your axe, and as you kind of run your finger over the edge to see if it is all right. You take 2 points of damage as you kind of cut your finger on it. And like, oh, yep, it's still good,
Like that was dumb. That was dumb.
As Dallen hears that, he's gonna look over at Talos and say, "So, you sending more messages over to your family?"
Hopefully I'll get a reply back once we get to the capsule, but until then, I'm not sure. This will definitely be a tale to tell them, though.
Indeed, it would. I should have asked Milo about the whole this was given some shocking news.
If you ever need to talk, just that. We're here for you.
Dallen, as he takes a puff, just takes a deep breath and breathes out and offers to give the pipe over to Talos.
You're giving what to me?
He's smoking his pipe right now, and he's offering to see if you want to smoke.
I chuckle and shake my head and pass.
All right, and Dallen's gonna have a 1,000-yard stare in the fire and say, "I know that a great evil is inside me now. Basically, the boogeyman of where I come from."
Are you saying you're saying this out loud, right?
Yes. He's saying it kind of quietly, though. Like, he really doesn't like this fact.
Huh.
Here you go. As Burning Arm approaches your campfire and drops each of your armors next to you. Gonna look a little damaged, but they should still hold up pretty good.
Thank you, Burning Arm.
Certainly. Talked to the treasurer a little bit about what he fought, because I was curious about what did all that damage to your armor, Talos. Not sure what this Tyrannosaurus is, but...
It's a big lizard with big teeth and 2 tiny front arms.
Indeed.
This armor, though, at least it didn't pierce through all the way. I don't think. I'm trying to look around myself, I don't think so.
There were a few spots, but I managed to patch them up decently. Should still serve you just as well, but it might look a little more battle damage than it did before. Well, I'm gonna go get some rest. Good job keeping us protected today. Hopefully we'll be out of this damned desert soon.
I hope so as well.
And he walks back towards his tent. And so, as you're all left to finish up your meals, and you all just kind of solemnly keep an eye on the fire, the time comes that you must rest, as you feel some of your eyes getting heavier.
I kind of position myself and kind of take some of my the cloak I had and just kind of roll it up as an extra pillow to kind of add more.
You just hear a thud as
Pushing.
it just keels over backwards and it's ow.
Huh.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'll take first watch. And Milo just kind of sets up a chair to stand watch for the night.
Dallen's gonna say "Nah, I'm gonna go do it. You go to bed, man." As Dallen's still staring at the fire.
Okay, I'll take second watch then. Make sure to wake me up when it's time.
I'll go ahead and take
Got
third then.
Dain just
And I'll
snores.
take... Yeah.
Alright. So as everyone kind of wishes each other goodnight, Dallen, you stare at the fire. I'll have you go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Or reception. Cha. What did I get? 22A. Let's go.
Very nice. As you sit there and stare at the fire, your eyes glide upon the horizon a little bit as you see the stars coming out with brilliant flickering lights. The moon is above you as it gets beginning to become late into the evening. I'll double check my notes on datas. Make sure I still got that correct. Very good. All right.
Oh my god! Sorry, my friend just sent me a raw clip of Luffy 5th gear fighting Kaido, and the animation is just like beautiful anime animation, but at the same time you can see the clear Warner Brothers Looney Tune and full animation. Like you can see where they actually animated those parts.
Naturally.
And I'm like, oh dear, he pulled a Hulk on him and did the slam around, but it's like Looney Tune-esque, or his eyes are bugging out. And, oh god, sorry.
Oh lord.
It's like I'm trying to take this fight seriously, but
as you stare at the fire, Dallen, and your thoughts go to the question that you got an answer for, you're not sure if you're just projecting onto the smoke of the fire, or if it's actually there, but you see dark swirling wisps of the smoke coming off of the fire and almost twisting into a dark draconid form before descending into the sky and vanishing, as your thoughts rely heavily on the exact meaning of the answer you received.
Dallas is gonna say, if only Yaman was here. He would know what to say.
Dallen. As suddenly in your mind you get interrupted by a deep voice. Which after a second you immediately recognize it as your brother, Fradnir.
Fradnir? What's going on?
Trying to use this weird stone. Wanted to check on you. Patrol eliminated. Description given similar to you and your friends. Are you okay? And then the message ends. You're able to respond if you wish. 25 words max.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. You have any problems on your end?
You get no response.
Fuck.
Arcana check?
message per day.
You want to give me an Arcana check?
Sure. Arcana.
With the 14, you realize that the sending stone you gave him has 1 use per day.
Well, shit.
It gives 1 sent message out, and then the recipient can send 1 back, and then that's it. 25 words max.
Alright. Guess I'll have to wait a day for him to respond.
Or at least the morning, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
And so, with that, your shift ends as you realize it's time that you finally went to sleep, as your eyes grow very heavy.
As Dallen gets up and goes over to wake up Milo. He doesn't want to stick because he doesn't want to get stabbed by accident. And just pokes him.
As you poke him, a knife comes out and slashes in your general direction, but half-heartedly. Oh, is it my turn?
I knew it. Yes, it's your turn. As Dallen just stares at the dagger and looks at him like,
oh, sorry. You stare at it, it looks like it's not the razor's edge that you got hit with before. It looks to be a silver dagger.
yeah, gotcha. And Dallen's gonna go to sleep. He's gonna go lay down, sleep.
Mm-hmm. So Milo, he gives a stretch and sits up as he takes a look and stares at the surrounding area. Talos, you get nudged awake.
Yep. What?
Come on,
What's
it's your turn. Nothing happened. Just saw some lizards or something. I don't know.
Look. Oh, yeah, stretched. Alright. I'm up.
No, then Milo just slumps into a sleeping bag, curls up, and before long you start to hear snoring coming from him. There's the crackle of the fires. There's still some embers left, but it's kind of died down pretty good. As the chilly air of the desert surrounds you, Talos. But you do feel a little bit of warmth coming from your side as you notice the hilt of the sunblade as you feel you realize that you have full understanding of what it is and what you can do with it as you have attuned to it.
I'm gonna take it and just kind of hold the hilt in my hand, like kind of like rotating it a bit and just. I'll do my patrols. Stand up and get up and start walking around. Take out my lantern in the other hand, kind of like I don't want to use the light of the sword just yet.
Naturally. Roll me a perception check. You have a light with you, though?
Yeah, I have my... Actually, I'm not going to use my lantern. I'm going to use my glowing
your drift globe.
Drift globe. I'm just going to have it set to, like, light.
Not daylight.
Just like light.
Yeah, you have two items now that if you pulled them both out and had them going, you would literally be a walking sun.
It's like, it's like, no vampire can face me now.
And so as the drift globe just kind of floats next to you as you make your patrol around with the light of it, you walk around your patrol, you take a look out, and you can see in the reflection of the moon what appears to be a distant body of water flowing towards the southeast as it continues to the northwest. And off the distance, in the darkness, you can see almost in the west and the southwest, you can see the mountainous figures of some sort of structure, like stone, like a thing in the distance. What you can only assume would probably be mountains.
With that 19, do I see anything else?
As you continue to take a look around, you see a few nighttime critters taking advantage of the cooler desert air. As you see some of the more, it's a lot more livelier at night than it was in the daytime. During the day, nothing seems to be moving aside for some birds that seem to float overhead or a few other things. But at night, the desert seems to almost come alive, as even though it's colder, the fact that it's not as hot allows for the nightlife to pick up. But they all seem to be keeping a distance from the camp, having sensed the presence there.
I'm gonna keep just going around my little circuit of the camp and the close by surrounding area.
Yeah, and you finish up your watch with nothing else of note occurring, and you start to see as the moon disappears over the horizon and stars seem to be becoming dimmer, as you can almost just start to see in the distant horizon to the east some of the light beginning to emerge on the horizon.
I'm gonna go over to Dain, like nudge his foot. Hey, Dain.
Dice or not now. Don't want to go to the forge.
So it's time for your watch.
Oh, Talos, morning or evening. I don't know what time it is.
It's almost done. I get the last. Go back to. I'm gonna go lay down myself. And, like, you won't have long.
I think it's go get some rest. And I'm gonna begrudgingly get up and wander out.
As you stretch and your eyes adjust to the darkness around you, as the fire is pretty much gone out at this point. As you just you stretch a few of your sore muscles as you begin your watch. Perception check. Oof.
I see nothing.
Rubbing the grit out of his eyes.
Let me check something real quick. Okay, so as you kind of sleepily get up and you begin your watch around the area, you kind of notice a few of the creatures in the nearby area just kind of going about their evening life as you start to see some of the sun rising up on the horizon.
Okay.
And the morning comes and you all wake up and you all benefit from a long rest.
Hooray.
Woo!
I'm back to full health now.
As you all wake up, I'd like some. Let's have Talos. Have you roll me a quick perception check?
Sure.
As you would be the one most likely to notice this. A 9. As you wake up, you gather up your gear. Nothing seems to be out of sorts.
Can I use a luck skill to do that again?
If you want.
Artemy's like, something ain't right here. So, like that was the sheriff of Nottingham. Something funny going on around here.
Well, that's
At least ain't rat.
18,
18,
you
there we
say. Well, no, now that you think about it, as you're taking a look around, you grab your gear. You notice that you see a barrel on its side. That doesn't seem right.
I'm gonna check the barrel.
As you go over to the barrel, you notice that the sand beneath it is damp, and the lid is ajar. And the other barrel lid is ajar. And you see some footprints in the sand. Some scurrying, some sliding, as it seems to almost have run away.
Damn it. Dain,
Nah.
I point to the barrels and point to the tracks.
I don't see anything.
I open up the barrel. One of the
You see at the bottom of the barrel, about a quarter of the water is left.
we
God
need to
damn
get
it.
to. Dane, get your jug of whatever creating water and try to fill one of these back up.
Yes, master. I'll come in, master. Like groggy.
Yes, master.
Just gonna grab
Anything,
the jug of
master.
alchemy and create water from it. Just start pouring it into the barrel.
You put 8 gallons into the barrel. It feels to be about a little bit, almost halfway full.
I'll need to get to that river soon.
There's a river? Are we that close to it?
I point to the shimmering line.
So that's
We don't-
the river.
And if we don't get there soon, we're...
So, all of you go ahead and write off a ration for the day. And let me double check the rulings on that. So,
Alright.
since Dain has poured his jug into the bucket, you all have a choice to make. Do you, each of you, wish to partake of the water to keep you guys yourselves, the party, going nice and strong, or do you give it to the rest of the caravan as they try to ration the best they can so that they are all right?
1 second, let me check something.
Dallen's gonna leave his portion and give to everyone else.
I still have my personal water skin that I haven't drank out of yet, so...
And that'd be about 1 gallon, I believe, of the water skin.
Yeah, so I'll be fine. For now, I'll like pass. I'll be like,
It'll be
no.
good for half the day. Because in the desert, you require at least 2 gallons of water in order to not fall to... in order to... Well, and before you need to start making Constitution saving throws.
Alright. I mean, Dallen's gonna take a drink in the morning, but for the rest of the day, he's not gonna be
The
doing
character who drinks only half that much water must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or suffer 1 level of exhaustion at the end of the day.
it. You okay?
A character with access to even less water automatically suffers 1 level of exhaustion at the end of the day. So,
I'm gonna drink out of my water skin that I've had on me.
alright. So, each of you... later on, we'll have to make a roll, as you'll be able to get half of it for right now, but... Milo will also do the same. He'll also make a roll later.
I'm guessing the other 2 barrels are empty at this point.
Yes. You're already a few days travel out at this point, so you're starting to run a little bit low as it was, and then the critters that broke into your camp last night took about the last of the water that was left.
Fun.
Alright, so with that, I assume all of you pack up your gear and you take to the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So, as you travel, the sun light beams up above you. You find that within a short few hours, the last of the water is drinking up by everyone. And you all are without water at the time being, as the sun continues to beat down and the sweat bears upon you, as you all will need to make a Constitution saving throw.
And remember, you get everyone around because you're close by. You get +4 from both, because me and
Milo wipes his brow, and he's okay.
so that'd be 18. Oh.
Constitution.
Talos, you kind of wipe your brow, and you're doing okay. Dain, you're doing okay. And Dallen?
My bad.
All right.
23.
You're okay as well. Alrighty. And so, as the day gets hot, you all kind of knuckle your, you knuckle down, you bare your teeth as you know that water is in the horizon as you try to hold out as long as you can. I can have one of you roll me a D100.
Sure.
Alright. Yeah, I don't think I should do it. Every single time I've given us
Alrighty,
bad
from
ones.
Dain, that is a 47. Alright. And so, as you all continue traveling throughout the day, I assume you have a marching order of Dain in the front.
Yeah, I got the compass still.
Alright, who's up with Dain?
I'll be in the back this time.
I'll
Alright.
be in the front this time.
Alright, so we'll have Milo kind of hanging out in the middle with Dain and Talos taking to the front. Dain and Talos, roll me a quick perception check.
Alright.
So,
I see nothing.
13.
Your eyes are down upon your compass, making sure that you all are heading in the right direction. As Talos, as you kind of take a look up above, taking a look off into the distance, you notice what appears to be a structure just ahead of you.
Huh. What's that?
What's what?
Up ahead. Some of a structure. Or building of some kind.
I'm gonna lift my head and look from the compass and look it up.
Yeah. As it gets pointed out to you, you take a look. It appears to be a somewhat sizable structure, and it seems to be, as you're not close enough to see, you can see that it's somewhat hanging out near the, not too far distance from the river. As you can kind of see a bit like the stretch of a body of water just beyond it.
Well, the water's definitely a sight for sorry eyes. Though I am curious as to what that building is.
As you continue traveling towards it, as it's in the general direction of that you're heading, the closer you get to it, I'll allow each of you to roll a history check. As you start to see a more clear view of it.
Ooh.
And Talos, you will get advantage.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure what
21,
this building.
History.
19 for
11.
Talos, 11 for
Let me roll
Dallen.
again.
Oh, you don't need to, Talos. You already had it.
Oh, okay.
A nat 20! Give him that nat 20 right now.
No, sorry, he already rolled.
I know.
Oh, wait, that was... Oh, wait. You didn't... Oh, sorry, you rolled once already. That was your perception check, sorry. Oh, that was... I was asking
Oh,
for history, Talos.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Like, I don't know what, like...
History
There we go, let's try it
check.
again. That's the first one, and then roll it again because I had advantage. 20.
It's off 20.
Well, wait. No, 10. Damn it. So 13.
Alright, yeah, true.
So, with 13, I'll still kind of give it to you. Mostly, Dain, you know exactly what it is coming up. Dallen, you're not quite sure what... Like, you recognize it as a structure, but you've never really seen anything like it from where you're from. Let's see what
What
Milo
the fuck
gets.
is a structure?
Yeah, Milo
That's a
sees it.
nice boulder.
Milo sees it as like... must be some boat of some kind. But Talos, you look at it and you see some parapets upon it, and you're like, wait, this has the characteristics of a fort. And Dain, as you took a look upon it, you're like, yeah, this, like, you see the large doors on the entrance of it, and you can see the walls, like the stone that it was formed with, this reinforced stone that you can definitely tell it is a defensive structure. You know without a doubt that this is a fortification of some kind.
Yes, it is some sort of fort, but what it's for is the bigger question.
We can always just check it out.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the safest and best bet. I'm guessing it might be something for the river. Maybe it's the crossing.
Perhaps.
As you come up to the fort and the caravan kind of pulls up to the front, Dain and Talos, you don't need to check for it. You can see that the doors of the fort are ajar. But you're not able to see inside.
Odd.
That possibly is not a good sign.
I will allow you guys to do another perception check now that you're right next to it, though. Oof. I'll give you that 5, Dain, since it's related to this. Well, it's not a history check, so. Yeah, Dain, as you take a look at the fort, you're like, this is a ow, my eyes! As you stare directly into the sun.
I was gonna say the sun like bounces off my compass and like blinds me. It like angles off.
Talos, as you take a look at
the scene from Goonies where they throw the fast flashbang, is like, and then immediately.
Flashbang out.
As you and Dallen take a look at the structure, Dallen, you first kind of notice that the doors seem to be damaged in a way, and Talos, as you take a look along the wall, you see large scratch marks that seem to be going up the wall as if something was trying to climb over the wall. Before you look at the door and you see huge chunks of wood have been taken out of the front of it before it seemed to have been pried open. And with your perception check, Talos, as you kind of put your hand upon the marks and everything else, you feel that the scratch marks seem to be quite old. They were not recent.
This happened a while ago.
Which possibly means this place has been abandoned for a while.
Some of you stay with the rest of the caravan. The rest of it, some of us will split. Half stay with the caravan to keep watch, and some of us can go inside, or unless we all want to go inside.
Yes, Sir Talos. We'll stay here, protect the treasure.
Excellent.
See if there's any supplies or water inside.
Very well. Let's go. I push the door. I push it open, like...
Athletic check.
Alright.
As they are big doors. As
19.
Heaving, you hear creaking and...
Doesn't try to push it open.
And the straining of it
Give me a
is...
sec.
And down it's open.
Dallen was gonna take out his rifle and just shoot it because it explodes on impact.
Well, the door's already ajar. It's mostly just opening it up enough so that you all can get through. And so Talos, you're able to just, as you hear it creaking and straining under the stress of your push, as it gives an as the door swings open, and as you all take a look inside, you see that there are hundreds of dried out corpses and bones scattered about the courtyard.
By the gods! What's happened here?
The answer.
They all appear to be humanoid in shape. remnants of weapons and arms laid next to them, shields rendered in half, weapons splintered and broken, swords lay on the side on the sand, sun bleached and beginning to rust.
That's not a good sign.
In the corner of the courtyard, you see what appears to be something protruding out of the ground. It is a circular shape and a couple of boards attached to the side of it, and what it looked to be perhaps a roof that once properly adorned the top of it.
Dallen's gonna make a. I want to make a perception check to see if there's anything that might say what could have happened here.
Go for it. Investigation or perception of your choice.
I don't know shit.
As you take a look around, you can see like some of the claw marks. You see some of the splintered weapons and armor and whatever was happened here. It was very deadly. As you look about the inside of this fortress structure, you can see the bones themselves are absolutely sun-bleached. Part of the structure and some of the walls have collapsed slightly over time. You can see that there's a what appears to be a small structure near the back part or opposite side of where the door is. Seems to have a split doors that have been shattered and just lay in pieces on the ground. To the left side, facing towards the river on the west side, you see another structure that also appears to have been collapsed from its roof has collapsed down upon it. The walls that surround the entirety of the fortification, you can see that there's a few. You can see a few arms and armor up there, as well as what appears to be some skeletal remains adorning some of the top of the structure, as it does appear as if the fortification has been completely abandoned. Anything, Sir Talos?
Bodies. Everywhere. Clearly it happened a while ago, but still, something ravaged this place. Keep your eyes up peeled.
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's see if we can find anything. But move carefully.
Okay. As you all move into the fortification, further into the fortification, there is no smell. You just smell kind of the sandy air around you, and you get a bit of a whiff of some moisture from what you assume to be the river that's nearby. As you all kind of enter, and you feel some of the shade from the stone blocking some of the sun. As you then walk back into the middle of the courtyard, where there's no more protection from the sun above you, as you continue to feel the heat. As you look around, and you hear no noise, you see no movement. All that is left is just skeletal remains.
Let's start see if there's any rooms or anything, storerooms maybe. Perhaps something has been left behind.
Alright. You can roll investigation checks if you wish.
One sec, I gotta reset this thing. Timed itself out.
With a 6, Dain, as you take some time to investigate the area around, you kick over some old weapons. You try to see if maybe some of them could be salvaged, but you can tell that a lot of them have been rendered pretty much useless, and even the ones that even have any hope of possible restoration, they're some of their dulled, rusty, like time was not kind to these weapons and gear, and you're unfortunately unable to find anything of use. With the natural 20, Talos, you definitely you definitely find something, and with Dallen, you as well. I will start with you, Dallen. As you kind of go over to that circular structure protruding from the ground, you take a look aside, and you see some reflection from the bottom of it as you realize that you have come to a well.
Well.
And there's a rope that is dangling off the side of the tied to one of the wooden poles that are affixed to the side of this well, as the rope goes down to the water below.
You said there was a bucket?
There was a rope. And
Oh.
the rope that goes down to the well.
Okay, Dallen's gonna go back and grab one of the empty barrels, I guess, and try to see if he can get some water.
Alrighty.
Well, first, before he's got to check the water before he gives it to anyone.
And as you go and work on that, Talos, I assume you probably head to the remaining structure that is still intact and are investigating it.
Yep, I rolled a 19.
Yeah, that's a critical success that you rolled. As you go in there, you take a look around and you see a smashed desk with like smashed in half, and what appears to be a fancy, what probably would have been considered a fancy-looking chair. As you can see that part of the inside of the interior structure seems to be blackened, as if it had been scorched. But as you look around, you do see a chest.
I'm gonna walk over to it and try to see if it'll open.
As you kind of try to lift the lid open, you hear a ka-chunk, 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 as it appears to be locked.
I'm gonna try to break the lock.
Alright, it will be athletics.
Athletics. 9.
The 9, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, as you smash into it, you just... It's like, do you use your fist or something?
I'm gonna use my light hammer.
Okay, as you smack it with your light hammer, bam, bam! The rest of you can kind of hear what sounds like some banging in the inside of the structure. Is like, you see the wood is splintered a little bit, but whatever this chest was made out of, it would seem to have been some good, like, made out of good material.
Milo! I need you to come in here for a minute.
Alright,
Need
alright.
your expertise.
And Milo kind of peeks his head in the door. Man, what happened to this place?
Oh, sure. I'm starting to have suspicions, but I found this.
Ooh.
No,
Now he already has his
And,
tools out as he gets right next down to the chest before you can even blink.
thought you'd be excited for that.
Sink. Ah, there we are. Dibs on anything good.
Let's see what's inside.
As you open up the chest. Inside, you see some papers, as well as... Let me double check. As well as a cylindrical item that appears to be adorned with brass and a brass cylindrical object that appears to also have some glass on both sides of it. And let me double check something. You find what appears to be a metallic item that has a handle that opens up to a circular shape that also holds some glass on it as well.
Hmm. Interesting.
And let me see anything else. Yeah, just more. So it's a bunch of paperwork, what appears to be a brass cylindrical item, and a metallic handle with affixed to a glass piece. Which, as you take a look at it, as you look through the glass and the handle thing, it warps with the view on the other side dramatically. It almost seems to magnify whatever you look at through it.
Some type of magnifying device. Yeah. Check out the longer one. The one.
As you take a look at the longer one, you can see that it definitely it's very nice condition. It's quite small, just fitting in your hand quite easily. But then, as you're kind of messing with it, you think you break it for a second, as it seems to spread out as you pull on part of it, and it becomes longer. And you're like, "Oh crap!" And then you're like, "Wait!" As you then kind of pull it back and forth, it's like clicks in place, and you realize that it just extends and de-extends.
I'm gonna try to see if I remember something about this. Like this.
History check. With 11. You're not quite sure what it is, but you remember your commander using something that looked very similar to this from time to time. He almost seemed to pull it out and look at the distance through it.
I take it. I'm gonna try doing that, like point out like out of the opening toward like the.
Yeah, as
of
you look
the
out the
building, try
opening,
looking through.
you see Dain kind of kicking around some old weapons, and he's on the other side of the fort near the door. As you take this circular thing and you look through it, Dain goes from being like quite a distance away, like a kind of a small being, and to suddenly you can almost see the individual beard hairs on his face.
Whoa, this will be useful. Put it in my bag, and kind of take a look at the papers.
Yep, as you have found a spyglass. As you take a look at the papers, you see marching orders. You're able to recognize these just off the bat just because of your background. It's a lot of military-like stuff. They appear to be written in mostly common, but you also see some that appear to have more elvish text to them.
Gonna read this, Milo.
Afraid I can't. I don't quite recognize those words. I mean, I recognize some of these common words here, but... yeah, that text there appears to be more elvish. I don't know that.
Let's see if anyone else knows any elvish. This is definitely some kind of a military outpost. Maybe... I'm thinking this is probably an outpost back when the dragons first attacked these lands.
Yeah, I mean, that would explain some of the scorching in this room. Imagine a dragon might have smashed through that door and then just scorched whatever was in here.
Most likely.
Certainly would explain this guy, as Milo kind of kicks over a bone of an individual near the corner of the room that you didn't quite see before.
Oof.
Instead of the outside, how the bones on the skeleton remains on the outside with some bleach, this one is blackened, completely blackened.
Poor devil. Hopefully it was a quick... Let's see. Looking around, see if there's any other rooms or passageways or anything.
Another investigation check.
Sure. 17.
With a 17, as you're kind of looking around, the room is very dusty. A lot of it's blackened, but you get to a certain point where you take a few steps and you thought you hear more of a thud than a, like instead of a, you hear a.
I'm gonna look down, check the floor out.
As you take a look at the floor below you, kind of scuff your foot around. You see as some sand seems to kind of be disturbed and fall through what appears to be some cracks below you.
Looks like there's a passage here, Milo.
Ooh, secrets.
Maybe we'll find
love
some.
those.
Maybe we'll find some good, get some gear, maybe some water, some barrels of water if they haven't evaporated. Let's go. I try to like pry it open.
Athletics check. Anything you're doing, Dain?
It's still gonna be
21.
Easily, as you
21.
you put your fingers into the cracks, and as you lift up, you notice there is a hinge. But as you lift up, the entire thing comes up as you just lift an entire section of the floor.
Oh. Well, damn.
Not like it was doing any good anyway.
Let's go check. Let the group know that I found something, and then meet me down here.
All right.
Dane's already walking through the door after searching stuff and not really finding anything. He just hears this crack coming from the room, so it's to come over and have a look.
And then Dallen, as you have a barrel that you moved, one of the empty barrels you've moved over to the well. What were you doing?
I was gonna first try and get some water from the well. Try like tie the barrel and kind of bring it down and see if the water is clean.
All right. So are you using the rope that's on the side of the well, or are you using a personal rope?
Sorry about that.
You good?
I'm gonna be using my rope.
Okay. So as you tie up the barrel, and you slowly descend it down into the well. How long are you going to wait before you start pulling up the barrel?
5 minutes.
All right. So as you kind of put the barrel down, and during this time, as you wait, the 5 minutes about up, you hear a crack coming from the building as you watch Dain go into the structure that hasn't collapsed yet, and you decide to start pulling up on the barrel. And I need you to make me an athletics check.
Alrighty.
As you pull on the rope, you lift and you lift, and you're like, "Ugh," but then as soon as the bottom of the barrel is about to break the surface of the water, you stop and you're like, "Ugh," and the rope slips between your fingers as the barrel again goes underwater again. As it is very heavy.
Dallen isn't gonna try and go over to the crack. He saw Dain go over there, so he thinks he has it. I'm gonna yell over to the people over in the caravan, like, "Hey, can I get some help over here?"
Yeah, coming. As a couple of guys rush on over, and they grab a hold of the rope as they all begin to pull again. If you want to make another athletics check, this time with the advantage.
Ooh, advantage. I love advantage.
All right, with a 17.
17.
All the three of you begin to heave, and as you hear some creaking from the rope as you hear the barrel just as you hear it exit the water, and it gets heavier again, and you'll keep heaving as The barrel is extremely heavy, as it is completely full of water at this point. You hear some of the stone creaking on the well, but as you all continue to pull and pull, eventually you get the barrel just to the inner edge of the well. And what do you do from here? Are you just going to keep pulling?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep pulling until I can get it out.
Okay. So at this point, the barrel starts to spill some water over the side of the well as it is tipped over slightly. And you're able to grab it if you wish.
Yes.
All right. So as you kind of run over, the two kind of hold and they shudder a little bit as the barrel starts to slip back under. You quickly run over and you grab that barrel and give me one more athletics check to get it just over the threshold and onto the ground. With a 22, very nice. As you heave and set the barrel on the ground, and you take some heavy breaths. As that was heavy. As everyone kind of is catching their breaths, but you have yourself a barrel of water.
And I assume all the barrel, like 2 of the barrels, are empty, or at least like a few of the barrels are empty.
Yeah, you had 3 barrels in total. All of them were empty, and now you have 1 full barrel, 2 empty ones.
Gotcha. All right. Do we have pots and pans?
Yeah, you do have some cooking supplies and whatnot.
Do I have a what's it called? Damn it.
A bucket.
A filter. Something like one of those type of filter things that you could like put over like a pan.
Mm.
No, I'm just gonna let you go.
Oh, me?
I would say probably not.
Gotcha. All right. I'm just gonna get a pan full of water, and I'm gonna start a fire and start heating, like boiling the water.
Alrighty.
And whenever it looks like it's clean, I'm gonna try and get some. If there's anything up, like boils up, I'm gonna take it up and get out of the water, and then pour it in one of the empty barrels and try to do the process again with another barrel.
You're essentially purifying the water.
Yes.
Okay. So you will get some assistance from the rest of the caravanners as they help you with getting the fire started with some of the supplies, and you will take some time to kind of work on boiling, transferring the water. This will take you a bit of time as we'll go ahead and move back to the other 3 who have descended a ladder down below into a structure below the structure. Where for you, Talos, it is pitch black down there. For Milo and Dain,
I'll pull out my.
they can see because of their Milo has an item and Dain has dark vision.
I'm gonna pull out my drift globe.
Right. As you pull out the drift globe and you light it up, you can see what appears to be a storage area. And it's significantly cooler down here than it was just above. It almost feels as if you've entered like an entire another region.
Hopefully, with how cool it is down here, any supplies that would be down here should still be good. Hopefully, if I'm thinking correctly, a lot like in my old garrison, our storage, we usually kept a lot of things that could last months, even years.
We did something similar back in the hold. We used to have, well, not really like this. Ours were large stone cabins that are quite far away from the rest of the hold, but close enough to the surface that they were rather chilly in there.
All right. So as you kind of take a look around these crates and everything else, you want to do an investigation check?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So you two can roll investigation if you so wish.
7? Are you kidding me?
Milo rolls a 14,
I rolled an 11.
and Dain 11. As you all begin to kind of look through, start opening some crates. Talos, you're finding a lot of this, what you would have thought would have been like full of supplies. You're noticing that a lot of it seems to be empty. As you're realizing that either perhaps some other people have already come in and maybe looted the place, or perhaps they might have been running low on supplies when the last attack occurred. Dain, as you kind of looking about, you find 3 days worth of rations, dried food and whatnot, and you find about another 4 days worth of what probably used to be rations, but they're bug-ridden and long since rotten. They're quite dubious looking.
Tasty.
Milo does find about 7 days worth of rations and a healer's kit, which he kind of tosses over to you, Talos. Yeah, I don't need this.
I try catching it. I was like,
Looks to be some sort of healer's kit. And he throws you what appears to be a leather pouch that, as you kind of take a look inside, you see some bandages, salves, some splints, and it seems to still be unused at this point.
I wonder if our elven friend might be able to use this, and maybe he could even read those papers I found.
Maybe.
What papers?
I show him some of the papers I found that were in the chest.
I'm just gonna take a quick glance over. It's like, yep, I can't read that. Those lines too fair. Definitely elvish.
Oh, yeah. That's about as much as you all are able to find, as there's only a few rations left, as well as, of course, the healer's kit. Everything else seems to either be missing, ransacked, or long since expired. Well, you guys, if you wish to, you could roll a perception check if you want, real quick.
Let's have a look.
What?
I don't really think I see anything.
Perception?
Yeah, you could roll a quick perception check. Yeah.
2.
Yeah, you guys don't really see anything as Milo gives Murphs a pat.
Well, something just disappeared.
Hmm?
Well, nothing. Besides the barrels, is there anything else in this room?
Mostly, it's basically just a bunch of crates and like storage crates. Essentially, Talos, you recognize it was probably used to store the garrison's food as well as a few other supplies, but it seems to be rather empty.
I don't think they'll find much here.
Yeah, this place seems pretty picked over. Yeah, I'm headed up top, see how Dallen's doing. As Milo climbs up the ladder again.
Might as well bring this to our elven friend, see what he might know, if he could read this.
That'd probably be for a good idea.
Maybe we can check it out and see if there's anything else here. It has to be like a barracks of some kind.
I'll look outside and see if there's if I can try and make out any of the other buildings. I'm guessing with all the arms and armor around here as well, they would have had some way to fix it up.
Very well. Let's head back up.
As you all head back up, you all exit the quarters that you were in, and you look outside to see that a small group of people have gathered up by the well, and you see a fire is going as Dallen is spearheading an effort to boil the water and before transferring over to the couple of barrels you all have.
Yeah. Purify food and water on the barrel.
You walk up and do that.
What?
As we're like, what? You could do that the whole time?
Yes.
As Talos just kind of waves his hand over the barrel, and the water kind of shimmers a little bit brighter than it did before.
Sounds like we were wondering like this is some bullshit.
You now
Granted,
have,
I can only do it so many times, so...
you have 1 barrel of purified water now.
Dain might be able to do another barrel.
I'm just like wandering by and hear my name. It's like, eh?
Trying to purify water. I kind of say that in like it's like, look at these kids. Like kind of voice.
Okay. Is there a second barrel of water, or is it just the first right now?
Dallen would have been trying to get more barrels.
If there is a second barrel, I'm also going to cast Purify Food and Drink on it.
There's 1 barrel that was full. You have 2 empty barrels still, that you brought over as you were filling one up with the purified water as you were emptying the other one. And so, at the point when you finally got down to it, the guys had brought out managed to fish out 1 more barrel. So that barrel, you have 2 barrels of purified water now, with what Talos did and what you boiled, and so you have 1 empty barrel still.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna go and try to get 1 more barrel full of water.
As you indicate that, one of the other people have pulled on the rope that was attached to the well and brought up a bucket of water. Can't we just use this bucket here? That barrel's heavy.
No, there's a bucket?
Yes, it was attached to this rope.
See, I just laugh. I'm not mocking laugh, it's just a laugh of the situation. I walk slightly away, shaking my head.
Dallen is looking over, just disappointed himself, face palming.
It's much easier to pull up 3 gallons of water than it is 40.
Oh, okay. All right.
So the guys take turns taking the old. It's a rather old bucket. It kind of leaks a little bit, so it takes a little bit longer than usual. But they use the bucket to bring water from the well down and fill up the 3rd and final bucket before Dain comes over and waves his hand and cleanses it.
Be cleansed.
I just smack the side of the barrel. It's like, this should do.
Dallen is just looking at the barrel. I was like, God, fucking damn it! Went through all this effort, and you guys could just do it so simply.
It's like, the fact is, you tried.
As you all are finishing up with your water escapades, you notice that the elf Leo has currently been collecting the bodies and has been making makeshift graves for them all.
I do deserve a proper burial.
Yes, I believe they've been. That is a good idea. They've been lying out here in the sun for the ancestors knows how long.
Dallen's gonna try and break off a piece of wood
battle.
and try and burn it into soot, as he's gonna do his ritual that he did for the dragon.
Easy enough. And so, I assume whoever approaches, Leo kind of look to you as he finishes putting some remains into, into a pit. It appears that whatever happened to these poor souls, some sharp claws had rendered them asunder.
I believe this may have been an old fort from when the red dragons first attacked these lands. According to, from what I guess from the scorching inside the buildings over there. And
That would be a fair guess. I did notice that some of these bodies, well, bleached by the sun, they do appear to have some black scorch marks upon them. Faded now over time, but still, it is hard to. It's hard to bleach out dragonfire.
yes, they fought well and died and died defending their post to the last. They deserve to be let to rest upon.
My thoughts exactly. And a few of the other caravanners have been helping him dig some of the holes, as there were a lot of bodies. They've been, as you've all been kind of working on collecting and like getting water and everything else. They've been working on getting the place somewhat cleaned up.
Yep. After we are finished, I may have found some of that looks like some either reports or papers from that time. Maybe in that would allow me if you could translate. They are in Elvish.
Yeah.
Which I assume to be Elvish.
I'll see what I can do.
So now I kind of pull up. I kind of adjust myself so I can go and start helping move some of the bodies.
Alright. So Talos is going to assist with helping with the bodies. Dain, anything you're doing?
I'm gonna have a look around the area, see if I can find any. What is it? See if I can find
Smithing equipment,
any
etc.
Yeah, like if there's any of the buildings and such. And
I got
smithing
you.
Equipment.
You can roll investigation for that, and then Dallen, you're doing your ritual.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna grab some pieces of wood and try and burn it to soot, and he's gonna take a minute to kind of like just hum, and as he's humming, he's gonna start spreading the ashes once everyone's been buried.
Sounds good. Milo will climb up to the top of the fort and just kind of peer over the side and have a look around. And he's able to see the river, and as he takes a look around, he's not seeing anything else any cause for alarm. As you take a look, Dain, you do find near one of the smashed structure, you do find a location that appears to probably have been their forge, or perhaps a place where they would upkeep their arms and armor. You can see that the work table that was there was also smashed to bits. Tools, some leftover tools and hammers that were there appear to have been rotted away or broken asunder. The most intact thing you can find is what appears to be a sharpening stone. You can see it's a wheel shape, and the wooden structure that was attached to it so that you would be able to push a pedal to get it to turning. The wooden structure part of it is absolutely broken, but the stone itself still seems to be intact. And
Give me just a sec, guys. Someone's at my door.
you're good. And you see the remains of what appears to be a small forge, but it's got some rubble that has fallen within it, and you can still see some of the ash and coal at the very just below it, which is how you're able to identify it as a forge. But the bellows that is attached to it, you can see lots of holes have been eaten into the side of the leather that makes up the bellows, and it is useless at this point.
I'm gonna kind of just look over a lot of the equipment and just sadly shake my head.
Years of disuse has taken their toll on these tools in the open air.
Unfortunately.
And so, after a couple hours of people kind of working in the sun, they've had a fire built, so some of them are still idly getting some of the buckets of water and boiling it, and giving the people fresh water as they've been working to make sure that they don't use up the supply that they've already purified. Everyone is able to keep hydrated as the shade from the fort is providing enough shelter, as eventually you all are able to create enough of a grave on one corner of the fort that wasn't seeing any use for all the individuals, before placing just a single grave marker on the site to commemorate their presence. And so, as Dallen, as you spread the ashes over the top of it and complete your ritual, you feel a little more at ease in this place.
Yeah. And Dallen's just gonna sit down like crisscross applesauce. And just gonna sit there, give a moment of silence once he's done.
Everyone else begins to kind of take a seat and relax as the entire caravan has made their way into the fort to protect from the winds and the sand and take part in the shelter. As they're kind of looking at the ruined fortification, and while it isn't much, it's enough that it provides at least some shelter. As the treasurer kind of looks over at you, Dain, and he goes, well then, where to from here?
Well, at this point, probably best to rest up the night, and we are quite close to the river at this point, and cross it tomorrow and be on our way from there.
Continue southwest towards the mountains.
That'd probably be best.
Now, Rahnos did indicate that there could be a potential ally in those mountains that we should keep an eye out for.
Ah, yes, I remember. And yes, probably would be a good idea to keep an eye out for him as well, or her, or them.
Give me a sec, I'll be right back.
You're good. Well, Talos and Dallen both taking a break. Suppose now, if you want, Dain, we can go ahead and just take a quick bathroom break.
Probably might be for the best, yeah.
Alright. We shall be back then.
Alrighty, shall return shortly.
I'm back.
Hey, whatever happened to Midas? Haven't seen him in a while.
I don't know. He hasn't really said much of anything and hasn't really been responding, so I'm not sure.
Hmm. Gotcha.
So we got Talos back.
Yep.
Got Dain back.
Hopefully I didn't scare him off with killing his character off. Well, I left it open, like, give him an explanation.
I mean, he did to
Hopefully I
himself.
didn't scare him off. Yeah, I did tell him, like, hey, are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, and
Are you sure about that?
And the DM himself, he should have realized that if a DM asks you, "Are you sure you want to do that?" you should really reconsider your options.
Yeah.
Dain, are you back yet? I guess not yet. So we'll give him another minute or two. Now, checking in. How we doing so far?
Very good. Got myself some
Got me my lunch.
powder.
Very nice. Very nice.
Got me Taco Bell.
Bong.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Gobble, whatever you just said.
It's the old slogan for Taco Bell. It's Yo quiero Taco Bell. I want some Taco Bell.
Ah, gotcha. Wait, they literally just said I want some Taco Bell. That's an awful slogan. Sorry, what?
Yep, that was the old mascot.
Gave him too young. Because I never knew that.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm willing to do Star Wars. I love Star Wars. Thinking of making a bounty hunter. Well, a Jedi turned bounty hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not excited to. A lot of probably Starjammer stuff.
I'm probably going to the bathroom or getting some food. Like, I was only gone for a few.
Hey, return. Sorry. My apologies. I got dragged downstairs for a second.
If we have everyone back, then we shall return back to the game, shall we?
Sounds good.
All right. And so, as the evening comes along, the caravan and you all have to finish burying the bodies. You put a gravestone up. I assume, perhaps, Dallen, you probably would have gone to work on repairing some of the fortifications, getting the door perhaps worked back into shape.
Oh yeah, Don would be very OCD about that.
Dallen spent a couple hours on the main entrance of the door, getting the hinges worked back into a shape that they could easily open and close it as they so wish. Meanwhile, Dain, I assume you probably would have gone around and worked the stone a little bit, repairing portions of the wall that got damaged in whatever conflict occurred before.
Yeah, why not?
The rest of the caravanners helped clean up, and they moved some of the stone from the structure that collapsed, opening it up a little bit to reveal some destroyed beds and everything else. And so they recovered what they could of bedding-wise, and it allowed the area to be, it didn't quite have a roof. They threw some blankets and stuff over the top of it, making it a makeshift structure, allowing them a little more comfortable sleeping quarters for the evening.
Yeah, very good.
Milo continued to patrol over the top of the wall over the course of the afternoon to evening, making sure that nothing was approaching, and he reported frequently to you that he was bored as hell.
That sounds like a Milo thing to do.
Yeah.
And anything you would be doing, Talos? I assume probably working on the paperwork with Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to translate it out and figure out.
As Leo took a look over the paperwork, you had to constantly be there as he translated some of it, as there was a lot of jargon and a lot of military terms that he wasn't familiar with. So you were basically there to be like, oh, that would be referring to da-da-da. And so essentially what you got was a lot of marching orders referring to patrols up and down the river, several more fortifications miles to the north and a few to the south, where you realize that near the exit of the river you're nearby, there's another major fortification, or at least there probably was at some point. Not sure if there still is, but a fortification near the entrance or the exit of the channel out to the main ocean that was used to help ensure that no one could sail up or down the river that would try to make it to the capital in that way. And some of the last reports that you were able to locate, you find that essentially there was reports of drakes or some sort of flying creatures from the south that seemed to be heading north, and that they were sending a scout out requesting reinforcements and further orders on how to deal with it before there was no other recent paperwork. Yes. It appears the final report ends there, as they were nervous about an imminent attack and were about to send out a messenger to request aid. It appears to have been dated about a year and a half ago or so.
So, about roughly the time that this war was supposed to have been going on.
Most curious. I'm not sure what all that information would do for you, but that is the best translation I can offer.
Thank you for your help.
Of course. I'll be nearby if any of you need anything. I might rest for a bit. That hot sun certainly put a damper on travel. And so he then goes over to the quarters and finds a spot to get to rest. Okay, and so as the sun begins to set, and you all find yourself kind of winding down for the day. Burning Arm has made his way over towards the forge and cleaned it up a little bit and kind of collected a few of the broken tools and collected them all up into a small bag of his. And when you kind of eyeing it, Dain kind of looked at you and go, "Might be able to buff these down and turn them into something useful."
Possibly.
A lot of rush on them. I'll have to really grind them down to try to make sure that I'll be able to forge weld them together, but I'm willing to give it a try. Sure, used to be some good metal in this.
There's a lot of metal around, and we could definitely use... definitely tinker with some of it, at least. And as always, if you would like some aid with that, I am happy to assist.
Of course. Probably won't do that here, though, without the bellows. This forge is not terribly useful. Unless, of course, you're a leather worker yourself.
No, unfortunately not.
No, I didn't think so. Oh well, we shall let this forge rest in peace.
It is sad to see a good one go, but hopefully it served them well before the end.
Indeed. Well, I'm gonna go finish eating my rations for today. I hope you all have a good plan on how to cross that river. It looks quite wide.
I'm sure we'll figure something out. Hopefully there's... Considering that these are forts... Well, considering there's a fort here, it stands to say that there might have been a way that they would get across the river. But I'm sure we'll figure something out.
And as I said, as he then heads over towards the newly recovered, I'll say, barracks.
It's been returned from the sand.
As Milo kind of hops down from the wall and joins you all. Yeah, there ain't shit out there. Nothing but just water to the west and just more sand to the north, south, and east.
You didn't see any docks or anything like that?
Not from here. If there is, we'd probably have to get closer to the river.
We have to find some way to get across.
Talos, did you both find anything useful in that letter?
Most of the reports have been it's obviously from a year ago. Reports of a possible imminent attack. So
Let's say those reports are well founded.
Yes, it was definitely during the Dragon War that happened in these lands.
Not good. Besides the reports on an attack, anything else that was found there?
Let's see. I remember correctly. Oh gosh, my brain just went.
You're good.
I know what Joey just talked about. Literally, I'm like, brain.
There was another fortification farther up the river, as well as one
That
down
was
the
it.
river.
That was it. There's 2 more fortifications up the river and down the river.
Well, that is interesting. The report doesn't say how far these were away, did they?
I pull out the papers and look at the notes that might have been scribbled on it by the translation.
The one to the south, down the river, was near the entrance of the channel, or the exit of the channel, I should say, where the water exits out into the ocean. You remember that, you see in the notes that it indicated that essentially it was built there to help ensure the water traffic to and from the capital was monitored. And the one that was further up the river was about 100 miles or so away. A couple days travel.
Fun. So I'm just trying to think.
You're good.
Possibly both those forts might be a bit too far out of the way. Now, we need to find a way across this river. The one down by the mouth of the river might have... I'd guess it might have some sort of dock or some way to get across so that they could possibly intercept any ships that were trying to get up, but I'm not sure. And with a few days' travel, I would not want to drag the entire caravan out there on a false hope.
Agreed. But it might be the only way we have to go.
Okay. As they're talking about this, Dallen's gonna speak into a sending stone and ask how Fradnir's doing.
Okay. Give me just a sec to get that pulled up. Yeah, my tokens are being all wonky, but here, I'll move you guys up to the map to kind of give you some context. Essentially, the next nearest fortification would be approximately somewhere up here. I don't know, is my ping not working?
One second, I'm having to reload it.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That said,
I don't fall.
Roll20 has crashed.
Here, you were able to see that?
Yep, I can see that.
So approximately somewhere about there would be the location of the one upriver, halfway between where you are and where Lancaster is. And the other would be located roughly around here, at the entrance of the channel. Essentially, the fortification you're at right now seems to be the halfway point between the entrance, the next fortification, and the actual capital itself.
Not really.
The fortification's like around like. Sorry, let me just.
And once I get Roll20 working again on my proper side, I'll get around to.
So at this
working.
area here.
I'll get some tokens put up in a bit, but
Yeah,
So,
around here.
Alright.
the new additions to the map.
How do I delete that now?
You press on it, then you press backspace.
I'm doing that, and it's not doing anything. It won't delete. I've ruined the map.
You're fine. I'll get it fixed.
Oh, what have I done?
That's
It's like,
me.
ah. It's like, it's like you're making it worse.
Lord, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I can't do it either. I think it's only the DMs are able to get rid of it. Which would be
Yeah.
really annoying for the DMs.
So we got a couple days journey. We get to that bend there.
From what you are aware of, you know that up in this area, like essentially, like from what you can tell, the desert seems to reach at least from here down to like here, all the way over here. Like it's a huge landmass of desert, as far as you're aware.
If only we had a big enough boat, we could just sail down this river.
Take
Hey,
a look
Murph,
at the river.
You wouldn't be able to turn into a boat, would you?
That's like, are you serious? That small of a mimic? I don't think you can. At least I don't think it would be ethical to make birthday. That's what it looks like.
Well, unfortunately, we wouldn't even be able to use even if we had a ship. Like, for example, say if we summoned the Kraken Skull and they were able to take us upriver, that would also be breaking the contract with the treasurer.
True.
That's the whole reason we're in the desert in the first place.
Damn.
Though I don't think he'd mind a quick stint across the river like this, unless we somehow are able to, unless the guards were able to somehow make a way across the river. The only way would be by boat. And considering the stores and stuff that they'd got here, I mean, even if this was the Feywood when this fort was built, that is a lot of stone and wood to source from an area that is now desert. So they would have had to bring it across somehow. But I'm unsure how.
What the fuck? There we go.
Well, if anything, we can always follow the river until we get to that next fortification.
Yeah, but if we do that, we risk running into more Anarian patrols.
That as well.
What other choice do we have? We can't sail down the river, and we can't cross it at the current. We currently can't cross it at all.
Well, we haven't actually checked out the river. There may be something there that we just can't see from the fort.
True.
Do we have any spellcasters around here in our group in this caravan, except for me?
Well, we do have the mages that came along with us.
This is a long shot, but we could try and freeze over a piece of the river so we can walk over it.
Could do.
It's a
but
crazy idea, but it's an idea.
I'd rather not lose the carriages in trying to ford a river. I've heard some terrible stories of what happened.
Well, it was a thought.
Considering as well, we'd have to freeze quite a large section, and if with the way that if the river's moving, if the river is moving fast or has a fast undercurrent, the ice will shatter.
And we're not allowed to go too far out of the desert to get over there.
Well, the problem is the desert is quite large. And we've already seen what it keeps on doing to our stores of water, and even with this jug of alchemy, I can't keep it up for too long to bring water to the entire caravan.
Oh yeah, Tim, I see you're typing. What are you up to?
Making sure I have the right wordage, enough words for response to you.
Gotcha. I was like, what's going on here? What's going on here?
We've incurred the wrath of Tim.
Okay. Dallen, you hear a response back. Doing well. Increase patrols in the desert. They believe if you are involved, they must bring you in. Searching for you in the northwest. And then you feel the sending spell end.
Dallen's gonna immediately stop the conversation with A. There's increased patrols over in the northwest. Might want to avoid that area. They're looking specifically for us.
Well, that counts as out going upriver. Going downriver, I'm guessing. Going downriver would take us too close to Anarian as well.
Do you think some of the mages be able to give us, make us all have water walking and be able to cross the river?
I don't
Well,
think so.
Well, I mean,
It has a duration, doesn't it?
Well, even if they were able to do it to us, what would they do to the wagons? And the horses?
That's true.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The horses would freak out the second they got near the water without any solid land. They, like our horses, we might be able to coerce to get on, but rest of the horses, they'd freak out the second they try to get near water.
How deep is the river?
Well, you haven't been by
I'm
it
assuming
yet,
it's
you don't
deep
know.
enough.
You all are probably about easily 300-400 feet, 300 to 500 feet away from the water, where the fortification is. I know you all have kind of been hanging out in the fort, refortifying it and making it a place to stay for the time being.
Why don't we do this? Us four go out to check to see where the river is, then come back and try to make a plan after we've seen it.
That sounds reasonable.
Can do that. Probably also have the caravan fish out some of the barrels from down below and stock them up with water as well, just in case we do have to travel further.
Yes, and
That'd be a good idea.
if any of the barrels are still fit to hold water.
That. Plus, if
I'll give this to you. You did not see barrels down there. You saw specifically crates.
Oh, it was crates. Never mind. Disregard then.
Yeah, you didn't see any barrels, and you could easily assume that with the well being there, having immediate access to water, it didn't seem that they were worried about storing water.
Well, let's just head on down to the water then. Have a look.
As you all get to the entrance of the fort, one of the guards takes a look at you and goes, where are you guys going?
We're going to check out the river, see if what the best course of action is to take next.
Very good. We'll have one of the other guys keep an eye on your general direction from here, in case something happens. Don't take too long. It's getting quite dark out here.
Yes, and I'm get close to him. Keep an eye out for patrols.
Of course.
Just so you know.
If I see anything, we'll have the caravans put out the fires and hide real quick.
Yeah, try to keep a low profile.
Yeah, with the Anarians around, they probably know this fort has been abandoned for a while.
Yeah. Alright. Well, be careful, guys. And Dallen's gonna walk out and wait for you too. Well, and also Milo.
I'm gonna head out as well.
What Milo? Milo's gone.
Reed's back!
As he's gone into stealth.
It's like vanish.
Can make a perception check to see him.
You can try. As you take a look
18.
around, you see just around the corner of the fort, he's kind of peeking around. You see the hood of Milo before it goes, "Ooh!" Same with you, Dan. You see Milo.
I was gonna shake my head and just gonna walk off.
I'm just gonna look at Dain, knowing that he sees him too. Like, whatever.
12.
You
I
don't
see
see
nothing.
you don't see Milo. You're like, what? Where did that halfling go?
You just see the flutter of a cape go around the corner, and that's it. Well, onwards to the river.
Alright. Are you all going to go stealthily? Are you all going to just go there? Are you going to go there hurriedly?
I think I would prefer. I think we should go at a more quickened rate, a pace, just make sure we get there and back before a patrol might get by. What do you guys think?
Quick but cautious.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the area, but still at a decent pace.
Alright, so as you begin to make your way towards the river, go ahead and roll me perception checks.
Right. Perception. 9 are the.
Alright.
Fuck,
Talos,
20s.
Talos, you don't see anything as you're kind of running about. Dain and Dallen, though, as you begin making your way towards the river, Dallen, you're kind of the you're having some difficulty with the light, with the lack of sunlight anymore. But Dain, with your dark vision, you're able to kind of grab Dallen real quick before you all make it over a dune. And then Dallen, you squint your eyes and you notice a pack of what appears to be scorpions, like moving downriver, right between you and the water.
Dallen also has
Correction. I have goggles.
Oh, you have goggles. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. So with your goggles of night vision, you easily are able to see the scorpions, which the description from Milo, they definitely match. And you're like, ooh, those are some big scorpions.
I was picturing Dain and I just grabbing Talos by the collar, just yanking him back before he runs into them.
Yeah, that.
And you two hear from behind you, no, no, fuck this, no, no, we are not doing this.
I'm gonna reach
What?
over and grab Milo.
What?
I saw what those things did to a piece of meat. We are not engaging those.
I look
How,
straight at that. We're not fighting them, but we're trying to get past them. We don't want to fight them.
Do you see how big those things are?
Oh, you
I
don't want
see.
your, you don't want
And it's
your,
freaky, but we're not gonna fight them. We're gonna go around them.
you don't want your samples anymore?
And Talos, you're just looking to get very confused.
yeah, I'm like, just like, what are you all talking about?
Talking to Milo. He's right here. As I'm pointing straight at him.
He's just hiding under Talos' cloak.
How many scorpions are there?
From what you can see, there appears to be about 4, with one bigger than the other 3.
Yeah, I don't think I want to engage that right now.
Alright. And they seem to
I'm
be
mainly just trying to
idly,
go get some information.
they seem to be idly moving down the river, but they're moving at a slower pace. So you could sneak by them if you wanted to try.
I mean, I'm not wearing my half plate on right now, so I have advantage on sneak.
Because of your boots.
I don't know about you guys. Yeah, I got advantage because I'm them boots.
I don't think Dain is wearing heavy armor either, right?
No, I'm only wearing my kind of fancy-ish clothes, but also I have to find it now. My mithril breastplate underneath it all.
Which breastplate, if it's mithril, it does not impose disadvantage on stealth.
It does not.
So, Talos?
Yeah?
Are you wearing anything that would make you have disadvantage with stealth?
I have my mithril mail.
Your chainmail?
Let me see. I'll check and see that. Nope. Go away, you stupid. Ah.
If it's
This
mithril
thing,
based, mithril makes it so you don't take a. So yeah, all of you could stealth effectively if you wanted to. I mean, you know Milo's answer already.
Yeah, he's a stealthy boy.
Yeah, mithril scale mail.
Alright, so if you all want to group stealth check to sneak by the scorpions.
Oh, definitely. I'd rather not get stung. We only have so many bottles.
Ooh, a double success from Dallen.
Why does it say I have heavy armor on?
Because that's what you think you have on?
I have the
Wait,
mithril
what
scale mail on.
I think because technically you're still wearing like chainmail armor, so it's still in this. It's heavy armor, but it's mithril, so it counteracts that.
So normally it would be like with disadvantage, but we would disregard that.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
Because
mean
like
to
I'm looking it up
twice.
on on D Beyond, and it doesn't say anything about disadvantages for the mithril scale mail.
It doesn't, but it's just something that's part of the core programming on Roll20 here. And I'm taking a look.
Okay.
In any case, I mean, you rolled a 10.
Okay.
But still, with a double success from Dallen there, he compensates for you. You all are able to easily sneak past the scorpions, keeping low. None of you see Milo at all, and Dallen his cloak kind of goes over him, and he almost seems to glide over the top of the sands like a spider. And so Dain and Talos, you both are just kind of like, Dain, you're surprisingly moving quite well on the sand. Perhaps the sun being down helps you out a lot. And Talos, you're just kind of clunking behind them all, but you're quiet enough that like you all are not spotted.
Nice.
Very good.
So, are we over by the river now, or do we still have ways to go?
Alright, so, yeah, after you sneak past the scorpions, you make your way over towards the river's edge, and you hear loud rushing water, the babbling of it, and it sounds quite refreshing as you're kind of taking a look, and it seems to be fresh water. As from what you can estimate, it appears to be roughly 100, maybe 150 foot wide, just from your rough gauge of distance.
I'm able to check how deep it is.
Yeah, you can roll perception or investigation of your choice. And since you have a way of seeing in the dark, you do not have disadvantage. A natural 20, you don't even need that. Okay, as you take a look, you take a stone from the side and you kind of throw it as far as you can over to the middle of the river, and you hear the plunk of the stone hit the water, and you have previous experience back at home with crossing some rivers and streams, and your people have come to have a bit of a technique or a knack for throwing, like taking a considerably sized stone, tossing it, and hearing the splash it make to determine roughly how deep it could be. And with the stone that you threw and where you hit, you can roughly estimate that this is a fairly shallow river. It probably gets no deeper than 10 to 15 feet at best, meaning that for the most part, big ships would not be able to get through or get up and down the river. It seems to be mostly ferry type of boats, or perhaps some smaller watercraft would be able to traverse these waters. But anything deeper would get stuck, or anything bigger would get stuck.
So we can't really walk across.
I mean, you could, but there's certain parts that you probably could, but you might get swept away if you're not careful. Like 10 to 15 is the deepest parts, and of course, as a river, it constantly ebbs and flows in ways that some parts are more shallow, some parts get deeper. It kind of depends on the rainfall. There's a lot of factors to it, but from what you can see, there's a few spots that are considerably deeper, but most of it appears to be within the 5 to 10 foot range.
I'm just looking at it, would I be able to see if there's a much shallower area where we could walk across?
Yeah, with your natural 20, I will go ahead and carry that over. As you're scanning up and down, you look over to where the scorpions were as they're continuing to head down, close to where there appears to be perhaps more of an old road that connected back towards the fortress, and you do see that there's some wooden structures there. As you kind of guide everyone over to it, you notice the remains of what appears to be a ferry. Some of the wood is rotted, as half of it is in the water itself, and there appears to be what appears to be the remains of a rope that half of it is in the water. And as you kind of take a look over the other side, you see that there is another post on the other side where the rope would be attached.
Okay. And the water here is fairly shallow?
Yes. It appears that the ferry could sink and still possibly keep whatever is on it dry. For the most part, where this part is attached, some parts of it have changed a little bit. For example, you feel as if the water is further up shore, as the ferry. It seems like the ferry, since it's only halfway in the water, you feel that the water may have been further in towards your side previously, but has since kind of ebbed in the opposite direction, having the other side, as you take a look, there's no remains of a wooden structure on the other side, aside from this pole, which is kind of leaning in towards the river. If you're able to visualize what I'm explaining.
Yeah. This is probably gonna be a stupid idea. Dallen's gonna attempt to try and walk across, just to make sure, see like if there's a certain point where he can't do it anymore.
All right.
And once he gets to that point, he's gonna walk back.
Okay, as you begin to walk across the river, you make it 30 feet across, and as you do, like the water, you starts from your ankles and kind of goes up your legs until eventually it's up to roughly your neck in height. As you continue to go across, I assume you like hold your rifle over your head, or you leave your rifle behind.
I'm gonna leave my guns behind for
Okay.
now.
So you hand over your weapons over to like Dain or something, and you would say the first 30 feet seems to be roughly about 5 footish. You could then continue, and as you get about another 25 feet out, so this is about 55 feet out, you find that there's a couple spots where the water dips further below where you would go, your head would be underneath. But you do find that there's a few spots where you could walk, but you're feeling the current is getting stronger at this point as you're getting 50 feet, as you're about to be about the middle of the river. It helps though that you realize it's helping that you have your cloak on of Arachnia. It seems to be providing some support.
All right, yeah, that's all I need to know. I'm gonna go back. Once I get back, I'm gonna tell them I don't think we can actually cross it. To be honest, unless we can find a very shallow part of the river that we could reasonably get the caravan across. I don't think doing it this way will work. There's too many spots that drop.
That's not good.
So I guess we are gonna have to head across, basically parallel to the river then. We'll just have to keep an eye out for patrols.
And what about this old ferry here? I mean, it's made out of wood. It looks like it's half run, but you could probably do something with it, right, Dallen?
Dallen gets a glint in his eyes, like, and looks at it and immediately
I'm not sure if it would hold the weight of the caravan, though. Not even individually.
Dallen's gonna grab this thing, immediately pull it out of the water, and just start analyzing it.
Go and roll investigation check as Milo kind of takes a look at it. I mean, I'm not much. I don't know much about these kind of things, but from my experience sailing on the seas and everything else, it appears that these two posts that this has a part of a rope here. I imagine what happened was they would have a couple people grab hold of this rope that was attached across the water here, and they would use the rope to pull this ferry back and forth across the river, transporting wherever they needed it across. With a 19, Dallen, as you take a look at the wood, you see that half of it still seems to be in good condition, but half of it seems to be a bit waterlogged. As you see a few, you'd have to carve out a couple of the rotten pieces that obviously wouldn't be able to hold weight. You're able to easily push down on part of it, and it kind of collapses under the weight of your pressure and creates holes immediately in it. But you can see that the ferry is pretty thick in some spots. Talos, you can give me a quick history check.
Sure. Sick. History check. Boop. 17.
17. Did you roll that on roll 20 or?
What?
I'm not saying you roll on roll 20.
Really? One sec. Let me reload the page.
Roll 20's having some trouble, I think.
Yeah, let me try again. How about now?
There we go, got that.
14.
Okay. As you're thinking, you remember that there's, as Dallen is kind of messing with this fairy, you realize that, that's a lot of this wood is going to need to be replaced probably. But there's no trees around. If only we had some spare wood.
It's a shame we don't have some giant doors that are attached to a fort nearby.
Or perhaps some crates that were in a... Oh, wait! As you remember that there was some empty wooden containers that happened to be nearby.
Dallen's immediately gonna look at everyone and like grab them.
Like, Dallen doesn't know about the
Violently.
crates, though.
Yeah, he's like, bring me to the wood. as it looks like his brain's spinning, trying to work out how to make everything.
Oh, I guess we should go grab the wood for Dallen.
Did you mention the
We-
crates, Talos?
Yes, sorry. I'm trying to figure out why this thing keeps disconnecting.
It's all good. Just you were awfully quiet. I was like, you doing okay, bud?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why the hell this thing keeps disconnecting.
The desert's getting to him.
So, with the ferry safely up on the edge of the shore, starting to dry out, you all feel as if you have a plan of action.
At least I have a plan of action.
Okay. It is starting to get late, just so you're aware. At this point, when you get to the river, it's probably getting close to about 11 o'clock at night.
We need to get back to the fort and tell what we found and then get some rest. And tomorrow we can take care of this.
Hey, it's probably as good as good.
So you all are heading back to the fort? Alright, you going about stealthily again, or just gonna go for it?
I mean, Dallen is gonna be going at a fast pace, but he's gonna be cautious about where he's going.
Alright. Milo, of course, will be stealthing all the way. As soon as he hears go back to the fort, you all look around and Milo's already gone.
I mean, Dallen has a fire in his eyes now, so he immediately start running back to the fort.
Alright, so as you all head back to the fort, I'll go have you guys roll another perception check.
Yeah, for 12.
Ooh, 5.
23.
Ooh, very nice.
That's probably gonna save our ass right there.
Yeah, as you
Or
begin
keep up
to,
Dallen.
as you begin to travel back, your eyes are dead on the fort, and it doesn't take you too long to get back, but you do, of course, keep an eye on those scorpions, which you kind of beckon everyone down a little bit as they seem to be kind of doubling back a little bit, having heard some perhaps something from the water that may have attracted their attention. But they do your successful check there, Dallen. You're able to help ensure the party didn't get ambushed by them.
Let's go.
And as you make it back to the fort, the man at the door creaks the door open slowly. Glad to see you're still alright. Everything go well?
As best as it can go. Yeah,
Yeah, I got a plan to help us though.
Oh, good. Didn't see anything while you were gone. Thought we might have saw some sort of critters out your way, but it was hard to see from here.
Scorpions out in the desert.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you all didn't run into those.
Yes, from what Milo was saying, they're not exactly very friendly.
It's very interesting. Now, where's the
I'm gonna wave Dallen over to the underground section of the fort.
Dallen's just gonna power walk over to him.
I've only got little legs, Dallen. Wait up.
You're able
Dallen picks up Dain as he's trying to get over there.
It's not hard for you to find the crates, as the entryway has been tore open by Talos, so you're able to look down there, and as you investigate the crates, you see that they are in excellent condition, having been well preserved in this cool, dry environment.
Dallen's grinning ear to ear as he begins work. Well, he brings the crates up first, so he can actually make the ferry.
I assume you help him out, Dain.
Yeah.
Alright, you're able to bring up, I'd say, probably four decently shaped crates that would more than serve the needs of repairing the ferry. It takes you about It takes you roughly about another hour or so. It gets to be about midnight when you're finished getting the necessary supplies up towards the beginning entrance of the fort. As you're all feeling very tired at this point.
Yeah. And Dallen immediately just falls asleep as he's looking over the wood. Like he's like trying to figure out something and just flops over.
This is lying on a crate.
Yes.
I'm just like, Dain just sighs.
As the last guard that was guarding the door puts up a large, a newly reformed board over the entrance of the door, barring it shut. As they kind of look at you and go, "We should all be able to get a nice, easy rest tonight. Probably don't need to worry about it at watch." As he then makes it off his way towards the barracks. So he basically indicates to you all that if you so wish, you do not have to take a night watch. If you do not wish to.
Dallen's already asleep.
Yes. Milo's already asleep too, as he's even as you two were working, he just went to bed. And just basically mumbled, "Wake me up if there's a watch." And then Talos, were you doing anything?
I was kind of just like going over my gear and making sure everything was all set and getting ready to. Who said they were going to be doing their first watch?
Guards will be willing to do our watches.
Yeah, we don't have to if we don't want to.
I'll take first watch, just in case.
Very good. So Talos will be taking a watch. Anyone wanted to join him afterwards? You could tell him to wake you up if you wish.
Sure. I'll take second watch then.
I mean, Dallen's gonna start working on the fair. Start disassembling the wood, the crates when he wakes up, just so he can put everything together.
So he'll probably take his full long rest to make sure he gets enough sleep so he doesn't get exhausted.
Yeah.
Alright. So, Talos, you stay up as everyone else kind of goes to sleep, as Dain offers to take a bit of a watch afterwards just in case, so as everyone goes to bed into the barracks and has a more comfortable sleep than they're used to. Talos, so you can go ahead and take a perception check, as I assume you get up onto the walls and have your patrol with the drift globe.
Yep.
In the 10. As you patrol the walls, you're a little distracted from like the nostalgia you're feeling as you're patrolling this fortification, as you're like This feels right. You feel quite comfortable finally behind some good, proper fortifications, and as you look out, the light of the drift globe shines a little distance off of the side of the walls. You're able to see that there's nothing in the immediate area, and you don't really see anything approaching around. And after a couple hours, as you can spend some time kind of pondering and looking up at the stars above as the moon continues to move across the sky, you feel it's about time to go and grab Dain for his watch.
All right. Dane, wake up.
Ugh.
Your
Is it
watch.
time already?
Yep. Nothing so far, but keep an eye out. Ugh.
Dear. Go get some sleep, and I'll wake down enough when I'm done so you can start working on the ferry. I'm
He
gonna-
falls off the crate as he's slumping over.
I'm also going to go up onto the wall as well, just above the gatehouse, and just sort of hang around.
Go for it. Roll perception. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As you get up onto the wall and you realize that these walls are roughly about 4.5 foot tall or so. Basically, your height.
I'm just looking at them, just going, ah, yes, stonework. I'm just distracted by the stone.
Yeah. You're just kind of looking at it like, this is alright stonework. Could be better. If there was some dwarves that were involved in making it, it would be a lot better. Clearly, this must have been some human work.
Yeah, there's no engravings. Like you can even see here the cutting is all off. And, like, they definitely just butchered this with the chisel. Like there's no, it works, but there's no love put into this building.
Shall I describe it
like
for
mummy
you?
flesh.
Or would you like me to find you a box?
I look over and see the elf just chilling there. Just like,
I only need 4 hours rest.
that would be nice. That would have been nice to know.
It is a beautiful moon tonight.
Ah, yes, it is.
In case you couldn't tell, my people are rather attuned to the phases of the moon.
I did not know that. My hold isn't exactly well versed on other people's. We've just been trying to make our home, so I haven't really been chatting much.
And Leo just kind of looks over the starry sky and up at the moon, which at this point, it was a full moon a few days ago. It's starting to wane at this point. Well, I'll let you get back to it. Although I suppose there's not much that you can see.
No, not quite, but I'm just inspecting the stonework at this point.
Well, as you will then. As Leo then kind of walks down the wall a bit before having one final look up at the moon before heading back down towards the barracks.
Bit of an odd one, that elf.
Oh, I ain't rat.
So,
No, just me. I thought it was funny.
So Dain, as you finish up your watch, enough time has passed that Dallen, you benefit from a long rest. And Dain, it's still a little bit, like the light is just starting to come up, but you realize that you need to get a little bit more rest in order to be 100%, so I assume you go wake up Dallen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go nudge him off his box.
I was gonna wake up, immediately clinch up to the box, pick it up, and start working immediately.
Oh, well, that's one way to wake up there. In that case, I'm gonna go off to bed for a bit. You have yourself a good one, Dallen.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Don't get so obsessed with the box.
And so, Dain, as you kind of fall asleep, it takes you a second as you hear some sawing and carving from some woodworking materials as Dallen proceeds to break down some of these crates. If you want to go ahead and roll a woodworking tools real quick, Dallen.
Yeah, alright. Watch out.
Ooh, 27. By the time the rest of the caravan is waking up and beginning to eat their rations for the day, you have managed to disassemble and get down individual boards. You kept some boards together that you deemed would probably be good to keep together for the purposes of what you're needing them for, and you have them all bundled up and ready to be loaded up. And well, at this point, you already have them loaded up onto one of the carts. And you're basically at the gate, ready, pushing the barricade off of the door and waving to people like, come on, let's go.
Donna's over there just hopping up and down, saying like, come on.
Look what I made.
As the rest of you all kind of wake up and you all see him and you're like, ugh.
What is he up to now?
Well, at least one of us is excited for the day. As Milo kind of eats one of his rations. Go ahead and all of you mark off one of your rations for the day.
You alrighty?
And so, anything that you're doing this morning, Dain?
Not really, just doing my usual checks of weapons and such and gear.
Alright, go ahead and roll investigation.
Yes. See all.
With a natural 20, good lord. You investigate your gear, everything still seems to be in place, and you reorganize it a little bit to make it a little easier to go through later, as everything still seems to be in good condition. You make sure you're topped off on water and everything else. You're looking pretty good.
I don't have any more bloody worms in my food.
Nope, you got no more there's no critters that have snuck their way in this time around.
Good.
Anything you're doing, Talos?
Kind of checking making sure everything's packed properly and making sure we have everything's prepped up for us to at least get going if this plan doesn't work out.
Sounds good. You know, roll investigation.
Sure. Investigation.
An 18.
18.
Yep. As Dain is checking his gear very dutifully, you do the same. You make sure everything's kind of packed up nicely, and both you and Dain have taken the time as well to kind of pack up your gear in a way that to ensure that if something were to happen and it were to get submerged into water, it would remain, for the most part, dry. You made sure to pack your gear up in a way to ensure that. And everything still seems to be where it is. You make sure everything's fastened onto you properly, and you're also looking pretty good. As the rest of the caravan is finished loading up their stuff, it's about 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun is beating up into the sky. It's getting hotter. As they all kind of... A few of them seem to kind of stop and bow towards the fort and mumble thanks towards... You could assume maybe the fort itself, maybe the spirits that reside there possibly. You're not sure, but some of them are doing some ritualistic farewells, it seems. As the guards, a couple of the guards then swing open the fortress doors wide open, and the carts begin to slowly go out and move towards the river, as Dallen is very much eagerly leading the way on Donut. Or Bagel.
Name Bagel? Yes, Bagel. Get my boy's name right.
I'm hungry.
Alright. And you all travel the short distance to the river's edge, where a few of the people kind of set up the animals and horses near the water's edge as the horses begin to kind of drink from the water. Some of them even take off a couple of their shirts and kind of start to bathe in the water itself, cooling down and cleaning themselves up after such a long trip. As Dallen, I assume you're already getting the wood over to the ferry.
Oh yes, he is very fanatically trying to grabbing all the wood and just immediately starts trying to work on it.
Alright, so as he gets started, you can go ahead and roll me a woodworking check. What are the rest of you doing? Good lord.
Well, I suppose should probably set up the other side of the river for pulling along the... What is it? For pulling the ferry across.
Yeah, as you take a look, you see that there's only a singular post that is currently on the other side of this 150-foot wide river. And it's currently leaning inwards towards the river, but on your side there is a post that has the remnants of a rope, which you see it kind of drags down the river about maybe 30 feet down before it seems that either it was eaten or rotted away, and the rest of the rope seemed to have drifted down the river who knows how long ago.
How about we speak with the treasurer to make sure that this doesn't contradict the contract first?
Shouldn't do, because we're only just going across the river. But yes, let's chat with him just in case.
As you go or find him, as Dallen, you hear frantic woodworking, sawing, as Dallen is furiously working on the ferry. The two of you find the treasurer, who's currently under an umbrella, kind of just watching with utter amusement and slight amazement at watching Dallen going to work as you two approach. Ah, and yes, hello.
To confer with you before we fully attempted this, what Dallen gets a bit too ahead of himself. He's building trying to build a ferry so we can get across the river, since according to the map we have in the location of the next fortifications, it might still be a bit too dangerous for us to go that way, to try crossing the river and going on that side. Would doing that in any way nullify the rules that you stipulated about land travel? Simply crossing the river, not traveling down it.
I will admit, I do not quite enjoy the idea of traversing across this waterway. I, of course, will want to see someone else go first, but if this does prove to be a safe way of crossing the water without any risk of me falling into it. I will concede to it.
Very well. Excellent. We will have someone volunteer first a couple times to ensure that this ferry that he's building works with full safety.
Very good. And he takes another sip as he begins to watch Dallen, who at this point has taken off his shirt as sweat is just dripping down his abs and everything else as he's really working the wood. Nice cut on him.
Confirmed, Dallen, it's ripped.
Island boys. Anyway, Talos is just gonna nod and head on back to see how it's going.
As Dain, you and Talos make it over back to Dallen, you can see that he is currently about halfway done with the ferry. You see that he's kind of taken half of the entire ferry and sawed it off to put discarded all the rest of the pieces on the side, which thankfully at this time of the morning, due to the sun and being out of the water, it is fully dried up, but it's so rotten in core that Dallen, you've deemed that is better used as firewood for later. And so you all can see that he's currently affixed half of the basic framework for the ferry. So it's got the proper width and length to it now, but he still has to fill it in with boards to make it sturdy enough to traverse the water. And as Dain, you said earlier, the rope still needs to be affixed to the other side.
Yes. Talos, how much rope do you have on you?
I know we should have a ton of it in one of the carts. Let's see.
Yeah, but there's a whole thing about this, about the rope when we first was starting on this journey.
Yeah, let me pull up my list, my note
you
list.
Mistakenly, we retconned it, of course, but you mistakenly, I think, got over 1,000 feet of rope.
Let's see. Let me pull it up.
Because you had several things of hempen rope, which are 50 foot each.
And I know I have a thing of.
Let's see. 2 things of 50-foot rope and 1 100-foot rope.
So the 100-foot and plus 150-foot rope would be more than suitable for getting across the water if you so wanted.
If we're gonna need that rope for a little bit. Hopefully we can manage to salvage it and bring it back with us afterwards. May have to just.
Hopefully, it's sturdy enough to hold the carts on it without any upset. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, let's. Where was it? Should hopefully. I mean, it is some decent quality rope. But let us test with the barge first, or with the ferry first, and then go from there. And I'm gonna employ Milo's help with the far side of the river.
Okay.
Because I know he does have his, I think it's his ring of water walking.
Dallen has that.
Oh, Dallen has that. Never mind. Okay, I
I
thought.
mean, he'd be willing to give it to you for a little bit.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah. I assume that you took off that ring, by the way, when you were exploring the water before, Dallen.
Yes, I would. Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
I didn't want him to say.
I only put it on when I need it.
Yeah, I didn't mention it at the time because I assumed that was something that you took into account.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I know I have my. I think it's a ring of water breathing, I think it is, something like that. Yeah, I've got my ring of swimming. But yes, probably be easier to walk across the water.
Probably so.
Yes. In that case, Dallen, would I be able to borrow your ring for a minute while I go attach this rope to the other side of the river?
Dallen immediately stops. What? What did you say?
The post on the other side is going to need to have the rope attached to it. Would I be able to borrow your ring that allows you to walk on water for a little bit?
Dallen yanks his backpack out from his back and opens up, sifts through everything, takes out a whole log of wood, places it down, and then grabs the ring. Here you go.
I dread to see the state of the inside of your bag right now.
Huh? And then he puts the log back in, and then just re-zips it up, puts it on his back, and just gets back to work.
It just sounds like a mountain of random stuff just falling in the distance.
Oh, just a heads up, guys. I'll be around 6. For about an hour left. I'll have to be leaving.
Yep. I'll be keeping an eye on the time.
Sorry.
You're good. Don't you worry, I got you covered. Alright, and so as you put on the ring, you feel a weird energy envelop your body. Dallen, you quickly take the rope and feed it through the 2 poles on the ferry. Here, probably show this to you real quick. Let me see if I can... Whoop. Give me a sec, I'll go ahead and throw this on here above your guys' heads. Just so you guys can kind of have an idea of what exactly you're working with here. Hopefully that's going to work. But essentially, Dallen, you take the rope and feed it through the 2 pulleys that that survived and are attached properly to the ferry. As after you feed it through, you hand the other end to Dain.
Gotcha.
Thank you kindly. I will return shortly. And I'm going to start walking across the water to go to the other side.
I might have to refresh. This thing is struggling. Alright. And you have no difficulty walking over the water, as if it is solid ground thanks to the ring of water walking. Just kind of weird feeling for you as you kind of look down and you see a few fish under your feet that as soon as you step down, the water kind of ripples a little bit. They seem to scatter at your approach as they kind of look up at you with a weird look.
I was gonna kind of thinking to myself, like, might be able to use this with the treasurer so he doesn't have to go on the boat if he doesn't want to. Technically, he's not traveling across traveling by boat then. And just make it off to the other side.
Yep. As you make it to the other side, you can see a few pieces of some old logs that are sticking up under the water near the shore, as it appears that the shore is a lot further in than it used to be. In fact, the one pole that is sticking up high, where you can see there's a bit of rope that was eaten away, that the bit of the rope is still on the pole itself. But it's kind of leaning towards the river as if it's slowly starting to fall. Okay, that's not wanting to work, so I might just go ahead and just upload this on the Discord.
That's fair.
Copy image. Yeah, because it seems that Roll20 is really struggle busting here for me. Where would be a good place to put this? I'll do it in questions and answers.
There we go.
There we go. Question and answers on the Discord. If you look there, you should be able to see essentially the ferry that you all are, that Dallen is currently fixing up.
That's pretty big. Those are about...
Yeah, essentially you should be able to fit one wagon on it at a time. And as you can see on the one side, there are 2 pulleys, which the rope has been fed into. And so essentially, like 1 to 3 people could stand in the middle next to the rope and basically pull themselves across the river using this pulley system. That's how this kind of ferry works.
Gotcha.
For those of you who have never, for those of you who've never actually learned about this kind of thing in history, this is how this was a method of like ferrying that people used to use all the time.
Wow.
Likewise, I mean, you can see in this picture as well, there's a rod. Sometimes if they didn't have access to the rope or the rope broke, they would use the rod to basically oar themselves across, but it would take much longer and it would be a lot heavier and harder to do.
Especially since with those ones, they'd also have to, a lot of the time, hit the bottom in order to actually push along.
Exactly.
It's not quite an oar.
So essentially, Dallen, that is what you are currently crafting.
It's like swiping sweat from his face as he's like still working on it and just trying to find what else he can improve on it.
And so that means Dain, as you are on the other side. You see the pole, you have the rope. What do you do?
I'm gonna pull on the pole to see if it's actually, even though it's tilting, if it's somewhat secure, or if it's basically gonna dislodge the second that any weight is put on it.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh dear.
You kind of tug on the pole a little bit. Yeah, seems secure enough.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna thread the rope through and make sure it's tight.
Survival check. Alright, you fasten the rope onto the pole, pull it taut. You hear the pole creak a little bit, but you already checked it. It's fine. It's just hasn't been used in so long. And you feel confident that the rope is well secured. As Dallen, you feel the rope get taut on your side as you see the pulley system start to go to work.
I'll just look. It's working. It's working.
I'm gonna stay on the other side of the shore just for a second.
Sounds good.
At least for the first test.
Oh no, Dallen is confident in his work, so he's immediately on the ferry.
So, give me one, as he's doing this, give me one more woodcarver's check, Dallen, just to see how you finish up.
Gotcha. Dallen's gonna be a very sad boy if he fails this. 20.
Come. Oh. That's Dallen is really passionate about his woodworking. I don't think he went under a 20 any of these rolls. No, you didn't go under a 20 once for any of these checks that you've done today for wood carving.
Yeah, he hasn't wood carved in a while, so he's very happy to be able to do it again.
And so, no time at all, as everyone else is kind of playfully playing in the river and like taking it easy, having a relaxing time for once. You finish carving up and getting the rest of the ferry set up, and next thing you're like, huh? It's done. we're done. As you behold the ferry and tell us, you see that, just like in the picture that I shared, that it is fully constructed. That it is still on land currently.
Oh, gotcha. Dallen's immediately trying to push it onto the water and is trying to get it started.
It's a lot heavier than it was before.
What his creation can do. Oh yeah, he's like.
I'm gonna help him get it to start moving it.
All right, athletic checks.
Alright.
Either one of you with advantage, or both of you and do individual checks.
I'll give Talos advantage.
All right, that's a 22 from Talos, and as the two of you push, you're able. It creaks a little bit, but you slide and move the ferry onto the water until it sinks, and it sinks, and it sinks, and then it bobbles and bobs, and then it starts to flow down the river. But then the rope pulls taut, and it stays put.
So is it actually floating, or is it like halfway, like underwater?
I assume Dallen hops onto it immediately.
Oh, he definitely jumps on. He is confident in his work.
So is it actually floating, or is it like partially under the water? From that description you just gave, I'm like.
As Dallen hops onto it, the entire thing kind of bobs up and down with his weight for a second, but you can see that the water seems to only be going halfway up the base of the ferry, to the point that one of the platforms that are sticking out appears to be about water level.
So it is partially underwater.
Partially, but not enough to submerge it. Alright, the platform.
Like, Talos is having thoughts about like looking at the wagon and then looking at this thing. It's like,
well, like,
I don't know.
So it's kind of hard to describe because of the. So the way that if you look at the way that the ferry is in the picture, it's kind of hard to tell. But basically, there's a small wall that's roughly about 1 to 2 feet tall. Essentially, the water is about maybe a half a foot lower than the base of that wall. So while it looks like it's mostly submerged, it actually isn't. It's funny how ferries work, because it looks like they're just a big board just floating on the water, but it's interesting how ferries work. And Dallen, you definitely move over to the 2 poles that hold up the platform, and you move the boards or the poles down a little bit, and the platform lowers down into the water to create a ramp up into the ferry.
Dallen immediately gestures over to one of the carriages to get on. Like, come on.
And so the guard just kind of looks at the ferry, looks at the wagon, and goes, all right. And he cracks the whip a little bit, and the horse walks into the water, and then the horse stops for a second, and then the horses, I should say, there's 2 of them. They gingerly walk up onto the ramp and pull the wagon over into the middle of it before stopping at the other side of the ferry, which you have the ramp currently pulled up. And
I'm gonna go over and pat the horses on the head and say, good boy, good girl.
And so as you pat them and you pull up the boards, the ferry continues to bob in the water. It's a little bit lower with all the weight on it, but it is not. No water is spilling onto the deck of the ferry. And Dain, you can see the rope kind of sagging a little bit from the weight as it seems to be holding in the ferry. And everything still seems to be holding out all right.
We'll start this one off and get the this across, and if it works, we'll do it on the others, and then we'll get the traveler once we get all the carriages across. I'd rather get all of them across, the most weight across first before us.
So
Alright.
who's operating the ferry?
Down. Down's gonna be operating it.
And Milo
He's
will
like,
as well.
I built it. He's like, it's like I built it. I'm operating it.
And Milo goes.
Yeah, he's just ecstatic that he gets to try it one of his creations out.
Yeah, as you're up there, right next to you by the ropes, you see Milo there as well. He goes, Yar! You don't think you'd be traveling across the water without a seafarer with ye, don't ye?
Dallen smacks his hat off onto the ground. Says, "Stop it, Milo."
Eh. Look, I'm just saying that I know my way around water vehicles.
All right. But can you reach it? And Dallen just kind of grabs the rope at like chest level.
Yeah, and Milo just kind of he's got tippy toes a little bit, but he's got a good grip on it.
All right, and I start pulling the ferry across.
All right, athletics check with advantage.
Got it.
As Milo's proficiency with water vehicles will give you a little bit of an edge on this.
Athletics.
At 21. And
Let's go.
with Milo's guidance, you begin to pull on the rope. And as you pull on it, you feel the entire ferry shudder a little bit as you see yourself getting closer to the other side of the shore. And you hear a bit of a cheer from everyone else, that's all the onlookers.
Yeah, Dallen's just grinning ear to ear. He's having the time of his life right now.
Alright. As you travel halfway through the ferry, the water is starting to catch on more of the ferry. You feel the ferry starting to rock a little bit, but you don't see any leaks. Nothing seems to be breaking yet. Dain, give me a perception check.
Alrighty.
A natural 20. As you're kind of watching the spectacle, you're like, hey, it's actually working. You're almost about to get distracted, but then you hear a trademark creaking, and you're like, that sounds like a mine shaft about to give, and you're like, oh crap, and you run over and you immediately grab the rope as the entire pole starts to sink into the water.
Welp.
And so you're standing currently on the water. It says if it's ground, and you're now currently holding onto the rope. As your previous investigation check did not reveal to you that the board was rotten. The pole was rotten and near about getting close to breaking.
Lovely.
Good news is Dallen can come over and make a new pole.
So you will need to roll an athletics check to help ensure that the ferry will be able to get over safely. Ooh, 11. You're able to hold onto the rope still, but you realize that you're starting to you're starting to skid into the water. You're not going to fall in the water, but you realize that you're losing a little bit of, well, I would say ground, but
It's going from solid ground to wet ground.
And Dallen, as you get 3/4 of the way across, you notice that Dain is the only thing that's keeping you from starting to go down the river.
Oh, that's not good. Dallen's gonna start trying to do it a little bit quicker.
All right, one more athletics check for you, Dain. 20.
Soft
As you see that they're starting to get closer, you're like, all right, come on, and you pull as hard as you can, and you manage to get yourself pulled back up closer to shore as Dallen, you scramble with the ropes as Milo's currently helping, and you manage to get the ferry just close enough to where you're able to lower the ramp and get the first wagon off.
All right. Immediately once the wagon gets off, I'm tell Milo to help Dain out, and I'm immediately start working on a new post.
What the hell do you think I'm supposed to do?
Hold it.
And so Milo kind of goes back and holds your waist, Dain. Don't make this weird.
If you need a wood carving check, there's my wood carving check.
Yeah, you take some of the wood out of your bag and take some of the and you basically, in no time at all, you fasten up a new anchor, and let's say with the guard that's currently with you and Dane's help. Well, I'll say Dane's currently holding onto the rope to make sure it doesn't fly out down the river. With Milo's help, you all basically dig a quick hole and fasten up an anchor that Dane... well, I'll allow anyone to roll a survival check to fasten this rope to it.
How good is my survival? Let's see. It's not the best. See what I get.
An 18 will do.
It's an 18.
Still been better than mine. Mine's -1.
You throw the rope over the newly formed anchor and pull it taut, and the ferry looks a lot sturdier on the water than it did before. That's a very good natural 20 check, by the way, Dane. Like if you didn't get that, you would have probably not noticed it falling, and then you would have it would not have been great.
No, that's also why I was just hanging out over here. It's like, see how this plays out.
Smart.
Dallen's just this like doing the whole like I'm exhausted kind of pose where he's like his hands are on his knees and he's just breathing, facing down. It's like Jesus.
Dane's just
Good
gonna
work there, Dane.
I'm just gonna kind of sit down for a moment, like flop on my back, and then it's like, wait, I'm still on the water, and I'm just laying there, just on top of the water.
You feel the coolness on your back.
So this feels nice, but this also feels weird.
All right.
Well, we got one wagon across. Now we just got to do it for all the others.
Yep. And Dallen's immediately gonna get on the ferry again and see who wants to help him out.
I think I'll stay on this side. You want to go help him out, Dane?
Yeah, sure. I'll get up and walk to the side of the boat and just...
I'll keep an eye on this side. Make sure nothing tries to ambush us from over here.
Sounds good.
And so as Milo keeps guard and keeps an eye on this side, Dain and Dallen, you easily enough take the rope and pull the ferry back to the other side.
All right. And once I get onto the other side, I'm gonna check the other post to make sure it's all right.
Go ahead and roll investigation. And Talos, you also saw the whole thing with the pole like collapsing and the scramble of Dain and Dallen.
Yeah.
And so I assume you probably already checked on the other, or hanging out near the other pole just in case.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm like right there.
And so
muscles at the ready.
Yeah, as Dallen then makes his way over on the ferry again, he hops over and he double checks as you double check the other pole down, and you see that it has remained dry and out of the water for some time, and it seems to be holding out pretty well.
All right, that looks fine.
It seems that the shifting of the river, as rivers tend to ebb and flow in different directions, and tends to rise and fall on certain sides of the coast. It seems that the other side had been eroded away slowly over time, and it had gotten weaker, whereas this side remained about as strong, as it wasn't under the effects of the eroding water.
Yeah. And now Dallen's gonna motion over to the next one. So come on.
So I'll say that you all spend the next half an hour getting all the wagons across, kind of turning back and forth, as you've successfully managed to not only fix the ferry, but you also managed to ensure that it would not break on you again. And so before the hour is up, the treasure was a little trepidatious at first, but upon seeing at least three ferries successfully get across without any issue, he allowed himself to be boarded up onto the ferry and taken over. And so, near the end of the hour, you successfully have gotten everyone over onto the other side of the river.
Excellent.
And I assume that one of you takes the ring of water walking and goes and ties the rope from the other side.
Yeah, seeing as I've still got it, I'll go and retrieve it from the other side.
Do you leave the ferry on the side of the fort, or do you leave it on your side?
Let's leave it on our side, just for.
Yeah,
Well-
just in case like a patrol comes by and they try to do the same thing.
But definitely pull it up well away from the water, just in case it does take a while to come back, if ever, so it doesn't get swept away.
Yeah.
Sounds good. And so as you all retrieve your rope and you get the ferry pulled up into... And do you try to conceal it at all to try to, like, hide it?
I don't think there's any foliage.
Being near the water's edge, there is some greenery. It's like, have you ever... Any of you ever seen, like, the River Nile?
Yes, okay.
It's very similar. It's going to be very similar to that.
Yeah, I think we
yes.
should do that. Like, try to cover it.
Yeah. Because due to the fact that there is water there, life-giving water, there is going to be some greenage, some foliage near the water's edge. It doesn't go out too far, but there is some there that you could use to conceal. It's a nice change of pace from the dead desert that you've been traversing over this whole time.
I just realized Dallen's wearing his like traditional clothing, so he was wearing like a kilt and everything. Then he took off his shirt, so he was just wearing. So all he was wearing was like a skirt.
Oh yeah, I know. And that treasure was definitely getting a good eyeful.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Milo with his
Like,
27
don't-
stealth basically makes it to where the fairy is invisible at this point. Like, as you all help him out and he directs, you all take a step back and you're like, wait, where'd it go? And Milo goes, and that's how you do it.
But we're never gonna find it. We don't know where it is.
Oh, don't you worry, I'll remember it.
1,000 years later.
Where the fuck is it?
It's like archaeologists find it. It's like, this strange device. It was hidden so well. Must have been of great importance. It was a fucking boat.
Alright. And so you all successfully traversed the river.
Alright. Let's go.
Alright. And so as you all continue traveling, say that nothing else of note really happens for the day. As like that, traversing the river, getting everything fixed up took a half of the day. So you spend the other half of the day traveling a distance until you're still well within range of the river, but it's about half a day travel away. As the sun goes down and it begins to get dark.
We should make camp and also should be careful with some light since we're near the river. We don't want to be attracting anything toward us.
So if you want to, you can roll survival perception of your choice.
Or reception.
Heaven.
Poor Dain.
15.
And you're having, like, there's still so much sand. You're having trouble finding, like, there's nothing that's on even ground. It's sand. It's gritty. It gets everywhere. You're not having a good time with this.
Dane's just becoming Anakin.
You like big
I hate
rocks. You don't
sand.
like this little rock.
Little rocks hurt. I don't like the little ones.
But Dallen, with a little bit of assistance from Talos, you're able to find a decent enough place where there's a little bit of leftover foliage from the river's edge. As you're still some distance away, but some of the residual water has seeped out in their direction, and basically you're at the edge of the floodplains, what one could call. As you all find a good place to set up for the night.
Alrighty. Yeah, Dallen is exhausted. I think he is not taking the first shift.
And it's been a big, long day for Dallen.
I'll take first shift.
Alright, so Talos got first. Milo will pipe up. I'll take second.
I'll take third, and Darling can take the last then.
Alright. Well, good night. Wake me up when it's time. Milo gets into his tent and gets to bed.
Dallen has been asleep.
Alright, so Talos, you got first watch as your companions go to sleep and the rest of the caravan settles down for the night.
Start doing my patrol. Need me to roll anything?
Perception.
No, sorry.
You're good.
I may have
4.
antagonized Justin.
Yeah.
I see nothing.
It's a pretty dark
Everything
night.
is- Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Let me check something real quick. As you make your patrols around Camp Talos, you're feeling a little tired from the heat of the day, and it's a little harder to see with a bit of the foliage that is still around from the wetlands that you're currently staying in. And let me see here. I need to check for something. Oh, where is it? There we are. Does a 20 hit you?
To me?
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
Alright. As you're currently
What the
walking
hell?
around, you take 11 points of piercing damage as you feel a sting in your side, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, God.
And that's a
Hey.
fail, as you take an additional 31 points of poison damage, as a rather, like, a larger than normal, but still sizable scorpion jumps up at you as you're patrolling out of nowhere and stings you in the side.
You said how much?
That's a total of... So that's 11 piercing and 31 poisoned for a total of 42 points of damage.
Oh, no. I whip out my freaking my news blade.
As its surprise attack gets off on you, go ahead and roll me initiative real quick.
All right.
Come on, give me that action music. I'm struggling. You beat it out. So, as we get into this, we'll go ahead and just be theater of the mind with this here. You whip out your sword, and as you light it up, the entire area gets lit up in sun. As the scorpion kind of reels back a little bit, suddenly stunned by this light, as it was not quite expecting whatever it thought, it was pretty certain its attack was going to take out its prey, as you are face to face with this scorpion.
I'm gonna take a swing at it with my dang new sword.
Damn it, my music ain't working. I'm gonna refresh real quick. Alright, you rolled 13. Okay, sorry, pulling it up again. Hopefully this will now work. Why? My in-game music isn't working.
Oh.
Gotta say, it still sounds like a calm western right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Right now, that's everybody. That's everybody else right now. I'm like, I'm fighting for my fucking life.
Yeah, just for the time being, we'll just pretend in your mind like you hear that bum 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 bum
Yeah, you're good.
bum 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 bum, and with a 13, as you take your sword out and you swing it, you're caught off guard a little bit by how light it is. Like, we're used to a weight going behind each of your strikes as you swing it, but your strike comes a little bit off a little bit as you just miss the scorpion with your first swing. You're like, whoa, and you're like, whoa.
I'm gonna swing it. I'm gonna swing again. See.
All right.
Does an 18 hit?
Catching your balance, you... All right. You take your sword and you... This time you go sideways and you do catch it. As you can go ahead and roll damage. Ooh. As you deal 13 points of radiant damage. As it definitely felt that.
All right. As my bonus action, I'm gonna do. Let's see. Bonus action. I just shield of faith on myself.
Alrighty.
It's like Bahamut protection.
As it is definitely... It definitely did not like that. Alright, give me a sec.
And I am hurt. I'm like half.
Yeah, it did a sneak attack on you, and it was essentially like for this predator. Normally, something like that is more than enough to take out its prey, and it was very surprised to see that you survived. As it kind of starts to circle around you, it hisses, and it's going to attempt to swing its claw at you this time. This time for a 13 to hit.
Nope.
It hisses again as it swings at you for a 19.
It meets, it beats.
As this time it swings at you and pinches onto your side as it deals 4 bludgeoning damage, but I need you to roll a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. Okay.
Oh, you don't
Are you
make
kidding
it.
me?
As it pinches onto you and you grunt a little bit as it pinches and grips onto you. As it holds you in its pincer. As it is now your turn again.
I'm gonna. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I can use this with 2 hands to stab down with this thing.
You still can. Your arms aren't grappled. Essentially, your movement is now 0. It is holding you in place, but you're still able to do everything else just fine.
Okay, so 1 sec.
Oh, wait, I missed a thing here. 3 attacks. Oh, my bad. It has 1 more attack against you.
Oh.
And unfortunately, since it has you grappled, does that mean... Oh, I don't think that means that it has advantage on you.
No, wait.
Grapple is a little weaker in this edition.
Yeah.
Used to be if you grappled something, then you would have advantage. Let's see. Grapple creatures.
I think it's
0. Nope.
I think it's if something. Oh, nope.
So that's
Yeah,
a
I'm
7
reading
to
it right
hit
here.
you.
Nope.
As it grabs you, and you can almost hear almost like its own verse of a weird cackle as its stinger then whips from behind, and you take your sunblade and you block its stinger, knocking it to the side as it hisses. As it's now your turn.
Alright, one sec. Okay, why is this thing not... Stop doing that. It's not what I want you to
There
do.
we go.
Why is this thing not doing it? It's not pulling up my... It's like, what?
Is it struggling on you again?
Yeah, every time I tap on it, it's like, oh, you're trying to change it. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to use it.
Are you
One sec.
selecting it from your inventory, or are you selecting it from the attack thing?
One sec.
Because there should be two things, I think.
Let me let me reload this real
Okay.
quick.
And where you want to do it for one hand or two-handed?
I was planning on doing it for two-handed, so give me just a second.
Okay, this should be good now because you have it deselected from the one-handed, and you have it selected on the two-handed version.
Okay.
Oh, except here we go. We'll add strength to that because I forgot to do that. All right, you should be good now. Bonus 2. Yes. All right, you should be good to go. As a 23 definitely hits. As it's gripping onto you, you take the sword in two hands as you drop your shield and go. As you deal.
Are you kidding me?
You beat down on it, and you see that it you managed to scorch it with the radiance damage, but you realize that its hide is a lot tougher than what you would normally expect, as you're not.
I'm just looking at it, are you kidding me? 4?
As it kind of hisses with that.
I'm gonna do it again
Well,
because I still
it
get
didn't
2
do it
attacks.
right. It didn't add your strength modifier to it. It just did a 1d4.
Want me to click that again? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not doing it right.
What's your strength is a 3?
My plus to my strength.
Yeah.
One second, let me check.
Yeah, plus 3. So that would be a 7 for the first strike.
Let me roll again for the next strike. 16.
16 just hits.
All right, damage time for that.
Yeah, let me double check your
Bitches.
thing here. Yeah, you have proficiency, strength, plus 2 bonus. Oh, sorry, clicking on the damage thing to make sure that it should be.
Yeah, I'm trying to click on it. It keeps saying error. So I'm. Why is it showing 2? It showed that there was an error. Why is it doing that?
Here, let me double check. Yeah, plus strength.
Okay, I'm seeing for the first attack, it's showing 2 different damages now. What the heck is this thing?
That's kind of weird. I'm not sure what exactly it's doing here. It should be. I'm not sure why it's not rolling this right.
Wait, I'm pulling it up. It's showing that it's not adding. It doesn't show my strength added to it. It's
I know.
plus.
Which is weird because I just added that to it. Here, let's see if I do this here. Let's see if it does that. Oh, let me block that now, and let's see if it does that now. Oh, that is definitely not right. Technical difficulties, everyone. I think Roll20 might be struggling a little bit. So let's see if I do this then, and just subtract and do that, and... Excuse? Oh dear, I think it might have broken. Just go ahead and maybe do some manual rolls for this. Because...
Alright, so it's 1d10 plus my strength.
Plus 2.
My strength. Plus, it's 1d10 plus 2.
Yeah, it's 1d10 plus 2 plus 3. Or 1d10 plus 5 total, essentially. I should have added that to your previous attack too. Let me subtract 2 from that as well. We'll probably have to. I'll have to take a look at it next time we do this to make sure everything's right. But I think roll 20 is struggling today.
All right, so 9 on that one on the second attack.
Very nice. As you slash down again. As you hear you feel the radiance of the blade bash down onto it. The scorpion is it is not quite enjoying your blows upon it, as it is going to attempt to strike you with its other claw again for an 11 to hit.
Nope.
As you take your blade and you whoosh, bring it down and block against its attack, it's then going to attempt to squeeze you with its other claw as, well, let me see how this works, because it has you grappled. You can only grapple one target. Well, it can't attack with it. It has you grappled, so it's going to keep you grappled, but it's going to then attack you with a stinger again. This time for a 22, which I assume hits. Give me another Constitution saving throw.
By the gods, please. Please. 16.
That saves it. As you
Oh, God.
As you will only take, let's see here. Hit is a 1d10 plus 2, which seems to be a 5? Yes, a 5, because that other 10 is if it critical, which it didn't. So you take 5 initial damage, and you will take half of 40, 10. You take 12 points of poison damage.
So I'm down at 25. I am hurting.
As it ends its turn there.
Alright. As my bonus action, I'm gonna
lay on hands.
as my. One sec.
Yeah, sorry. I'm checking a couple things. Okay.
I can't use lay on hands a bonus action.
No, sorry, you can't. That's an action. Sorry.
I'm going to drink one of my superior potions.
8d8 plus 8.
8d8 plus 8.
And then
Not equals 8 plus 8.
That's 42 points of healing. Wow, that was a good one.
Brings it to 67. And now I'm gonna swing for bata on this sunblade.
Go for it.
12.
12 that time as you swing down. The scorpion seems to prepare for it as it twists its claw just right to where your swing just goes over its body. And she's like, ugh.
I try again.
Ooh,
29.
Natural 20. As this time you take both hands and you thrust it down into it. Go ahead and roll me 2d10 plus 5.
17.
Boom, as you thrust it into it. And let me roll something for it. It manages to still hold on to you. As it still maintains the grapple, but you can see that it's starting to twitch a little bit as it's starting to reconsider its choices here.
Die, damn you, die!
As it attempts to smack you with a claw again for the 8.
Nope.
And it goes one more time with a stinger for a 17.
Nope.
Oh, as you take your sword, you block its pincer, ping, and then its stinger comes back desperately. It thinks it has you. Its stinger gets right up to your chest before you whoosh, take your sword and you just slice off its stinger as you whoosh. Go ahead and roll your attacks.
Alrighty.
Ba, ba, ba. Oh dear.
Is that an at 1?
It is indeed, but I rolled that
Wait.
you just missed. Or
Okay.
unless
Wait,
you want to,
I can use my lucky.
you can use
I
your
can use
lucky.
one of my lucky.
You use your lucky, and with that,
18.
with an 18, you do hit.
I was like, wait, my lucky.
Bum, bum, bum,
I'm so glad I rolled this.
Bum, 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 bum,
That's-
bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
14.
And how do you finish it off?
I raise up and just stab stab it straight down onto where its head would be.
As you bury the radiant, burning fire into the skull, you watch as you see from the slashes that you've made into it, as sunlight seems to pierce through every part of it, the interior of its body, as it and it contorts as it releases you from its grip, and it curls in on itself.
I'm gonna do a quick roll to see if I a medicine check on myself to see if I'm gonna need to take that
Anti-venom?
anti-venom. 1 sec.
Go for it. Yeah, you're probably fine. Unless...
I'm gonna go to sleep, so I'm gonna use another lucky because I'll get it back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. With a
12?
Yeah, you could feel the poison coursing through your body. You took a couple, at least 2 hits of that there, and they did some heavy damage to you. And you can still feel the effects of it on your body, as you feel that if you don't take it soon, you might continue. Your insides might start to liquefy.
Yeah, I'm taking it because I think each of us got one bottle, right?
I think we bought enough that I think there were 6 bottles, and we each took 4 with 2 spare.
Yeah, so each of you has 1, and you had 2 on the cart left.
All right, I'm gonna drink mine.
All right. As you take it, it's absolutely terrible. As you have to almost keep yourself from vomiting for afterwards, but you manage to down it. And after a minute, you feel your body starting to feel a lot more vigor, a little more vigor in your body than you did a minute ago.
I'm gonna look at my blade. Thank you. And I'm gonna turn it I'm like, how do I turn this off? I'm just like.
And as you think about it, the blade just back into the hilt as it gets dark in the area once again. This whole time you were fighting in daylight, basically.
I'm gonna pull out my glow orb, and so I can see, and then just start grabbing the parts of the scorpion and the tail part I cut off, and start dragging it back to camp.
All right, you managed to drag it back to camp, and as you do, I assume wake up Milo for his watch.
Yep, kick his foot.
As his dagger swings out rapidly, real quick. What the hell happened to you?
I hold up the scorpion by what's left of the tail.
As he kind of quickly scrambles backwards.
Snack. I drag it over to the fire, and I kind of sit and tear off one of the legs and just start and put it in and hold it over the fire.
I would like that stinger if you're not using it.
I handed it out to him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I will have a good use for this later.
What do I have to roll to see if I cook this right?
That will be a
survival, maybe?
Yeah, survival.
9.
You're feeling really kind of wore out, and you put it in the fire, and you're dozing off as you're feeling very drained. And then as you next thing you know, you look up and you smell burnt as the leg is kind of burnt to cinders.
Well, at least the rest of it should be fine. Till morning. I was gonna lay down. I just fall asleep.
And so as you fall asleep, Milo will do his watch.
Sick.
Hmm.
No, that's an at one. Oh.
You all wake up in the morning as you notice that Milo is passed out on next to the fire, cradling the stinger. As Dain and Dallen, you realize that there's a semi-large scorpion that's currently resting nearby. As you all benefit from a long rest, by the way,
Very nice.
Gotcha.
which Talos definitely needs. Yeah.
So I'm guessing that me and Dallen don't see that the scorpion is dead. It's just there.
Yeah, it takes you a second, but then you realize it's not moving.
Before Dallen can realize that, he's just gonna fire a firebolt at it.
As Milo just bolts up and goes, "Ah, what the hell?"
I'm gonna jump up too, because I was like pretty close to it too. Like, what the?
And I've readied my axe and I'm ready to like swing it.
The
Easy,
hell was
easy.
that for?
Sorry.
Easy,
I
easy.
was
It's
still
dead.
alive.
It's dead. Ah. And Milo just kind of, oh crap! I fell asleep, didn't I?
Speaking of, I'm gonna break off one of its legs again and try cooking it again immediately. That's my first priority. It's like,
Go for it.
it's like you tried to eat me. I'm gonna eat you. Are you serious? 9 again?
Dallen
As
can go
you
over and try to cook it.
as you attempt to break it off, you pull apart part of the leg, and you only get like. You only get the cartilage part of it, the carapace, and you realize there's no meat. Like, and you toss it to the ground. Absolutely done with this thing.
Someone cook this thing up.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
With a combination of Dain and
14.
Dallen's efforts, you both managed to take the parts that weren't scorched by radiant damage. As you see that there's a few holes where it is already kind of scorched. As you get the feeling that perhaps Talos's new weapon may have done a number on this thing, and you managed to take the salvageable parts and make enough for half a ration, which you all eat for breakfast. So,
Maybe we should find a bigger one. We could get more meat off it.
How about we just avoid these things all in general?
I kind of agree with that. I mean, I won't disagree. It does taste a bit like well, some sort of meat, but considering what Milo was saying about those stingers, I don't think the adverse effects would be very helpful.
yeah, it's gonna take me a little bit, but I've got plans for the stinger here. I was gonna heaves the large thing that's almost to like half the size of his body onto his shoulder. We should probably get packed up and get moving.
Yeah. Agreed.
I think a lot of life tends to gather around the water here. Want to know what else might be lurking nearby.
That sounds like a good idea.
When did you become so intelligent?
What are you talking about? Hey, I spent a good
Dallen just
hour.
fucking with him.
I spent a good hour investigating and watching these fuckers here. I don't want any lip from you.
All right, gotcha.
Trust me, I'm glad I didn't get to experience this. Sorry, Talos, but I do not want to deal with a live one. Thank you very much. Now, please, can we get a move on? And so,
All right.
Dallen's not gonna complain about that.
and so, as you all gather up your things and you take off into the desert, you all crest the dune as you all see just ahead, a little bit about a day's travel away. You swear you can see the foothills of the mountains and the end of the desert. As that is where we're going to end the session for today.
All right.
I mean, nobody woke up to the sun awakening them in the middle of the night.
Behold!
What new exciting adventures and new dangers will await our heroes as they enter the mountainous regions to the west? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.